Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another lovely little episode of The ElderRoles, where a bunch of online friends play a lovely little game of Elder Scrolls-based homebrewed Dungeons & Dragons. I am your host of the channel, Shade, also known as Plague Doctor Shade, and here with us as usual is the lovely, terrifying, menacing co-host and dungeon master, Soul Angel.
Hi, I'm Soul Angel.
And as per usual, we are going to do a couple of announcements with one extra just to help you guys understand where we're at. First and foremost, this is a reminder to the chat and to the viewers that are watching later on that this is a mature D&D game. This game will include depictions of adult themes such as drug and alcohol use, sexual themes, psychological torments, gore, body horror, etc. The DM will often, but not always, put up a warning before such events occur. Keep this in mind if you continue to watch. Second, this is a reminder to the chat that the music used in it is an add-on to the game and its environment. It is not the main part of the game, and therefore should not be considered as such, as it is merely just an addition. The main part of the game is, of course, us, the cast, the players, and the DM telling her story. We have several, of course, music backs that we have, such as, of course, Elder Scrolls, given to us by the lovely Bethesda Game Studios, among other game studios and tracks that we have, and we have featured several times before from AA, AAA, and whatever kind of companies. Soul, would you like to talk about those real quick, just for reference?
So, the types of music we have also come from Larian Studios via Divinity Original Sin and Baldur's Gate, like what you're hearing now. We also have some stuff from Santa Monica Studios, God of War. Again, please, Santa Monica Studios, we're plugging your stuff. Your games are great. We're not stealing your music. Please stop. And also Darkest Dungeon and a few other smaller stuff. I am still working on getting Elder Scrolls Online music in. The current thing that I use to make it an MP3 is being incredibly slow right now and sometimes stalling out. So we'll get to it eventually. No worries. It's fine. Other than that, I do have some stuff from some lovely creators on YouTube, of which a couple of those songs were featured on Mana Marco's playlist last session. Other than that, we have stuff from Tabletop Audio. Thank you, tabletopaudio.com, for the lovely stuff. Go check them out, support them. They got a Patreon and all that lovely stuff. Other than that, I don't remember if I missed anything.
Darkest Dungeon is, of course, owned and made by Red Hook Studios and Elder Scrolls Online, ZeniMax Online Studios, which is a sister/mother company of Bethesda. So aside from the music, the third and usually the last announcement, but there's going to be one more after, is a mention of where we are. We're in a little Discord server. That's how we hit these little icons pop up and talk and whatnot. It's a little known Discord server that we've advertised here before called Esper. And Esper itself is a game system / tabletop system being made by Soul herself, based on Elder Scrolls, being edited by myself and Nox, with Nox as the artist. Soul, would you like to talk about Esper?
Esper is going to be a 100% completely free tabletop system for everybody to use. And in this tabletop system, you have the capability of building your characters however you want, in any which way you want. If you want to be a barbarian that casts spells, go for it. If you want to be a mage that wields a two-handed sword, go for it. If you want to make a character that has all features that are completely social, go for it. It's all up to you. That is the point of the system to be able to embrace and basically treat it like it is in Elder Scrolls. It's extremely freeform. You have 5 base classes: the mage, the warrior, the thief, the priest, and the hunter. And from there, you just build how you want. And I, in fact, have recently added several more races to the docket to create. So you can even create campaigns and characters from long extinct races, such as the Falmer, the Dwemer, and the aliens. That will be incoming as well. With that being said, Shade.
Righto. Sounds very exciting. I'm very interested to read that. So, final announcement, very brief. You may have noticed that the little chat box on the left-hand side of the screen is currently not available. And there are a couple things due to Forge/Foundry breaking and updating again and again and again. So, unfortunately, some of the little bells and whistles that you may have seen, if we do enter combat or just for RP's sake, are not there. So, we do apologize. It's really not our fault, but bear with us.
It is.
It's
more or less the 5e tabletop. Foundry is still on version 12. It's the 5e tabletop that he constantly updates and breaks mods.
As anybody who has played virtual tabletop and Foundry is used to by now, with 5e specifically. So yeah, just be aware of that. For anyone who does play and otherwise in 5th edition, that's gonna happen. So sorry about that, but that's pretty much it. Good to go. Announcements are done. We're on you, Soul.
All right. With all announcements aside, are we ready to begin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Last we left off, the party began their journey from Daggerfall to Wayrest. At first, the group struggled finding a horse in Daggerfall, but eventually got one in Camelorn, so everything worked out. Once at Scourge Barrow, they did hide their new horse and made their way into the ruin, and quickly discovered the area was charged with magic left over from Manamarco's ascension. And when they found the source of this overwhelming magic, they saw pieces of 2 objects and an empty red robe. And on the nearby rubble from the roof, the Orb of Talos. Tiny quickly retrieved the orb as Glarier's little hamster got near the robes, and the robes animated through the leftover magic. As the fight began, the group quickly discovered facing the robes and the undead in the room may be a little too much. And this was when Manamarco inhabited the robes and chased them down the halls of Scourge Barrow. And after a tense chase, the party managed to escape and make it to Wayrest without Manamarco being able to follow them. There, they went straight to King Emmerich and found him talking to an imperial man named Salus, who identified himself as the guardian of the Adamantine Tower. During the course of the conversation with King Emmerich and Salus, Alir and Taliesin quickly realized through Salus's subtle body language that he was working for the Worm Cult, that he was lying, of which Salus quickly left the meeting before they could be stopped. And once the meeting was over, the party made their way to the docks only to find the only boat to the Adamantine Tower gone. And this is where we pick up, with the party trying to figure out a way to the well-protected tower in hopes to confront and possibly stop Salus.
So, I think it was like briefly discussed that Alira knew something about like how the boats work in Wayrest.
You need I need to clarify a mistake that I made last session. You would need specific permission originally to get a ticket to the tower. But ever since you told Feldrin and Arin to tell the other leaders about this plot, it has become far, far more stringent, and now nobody can go to the towers in order to protect them.
Oh boy. That's great.
Decisions were made.
You really chose the hard mode, huh?
Yeah, you really did choose the hard mode.
We keep shooting ourselves in the foot.
Well, that's what happens sometimes. Womp womp.
But I think to answer Thorn's question, we briefly, I think Farron mentioned that
You were
they would
about
also
to go
be-
long rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, at this point, there's nothing you could do, and you guys are woefully underprepared for fighting somebody.
Yeah, I think that was like what the discussion led to was we just need to kind of regroup and get our bearings now.
Oh, wow, I totally forgot, but there was also the whole we can sending twice if we wanted to.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
I
it's true.
definitely forgot until now.
I think you
Start of the
mentioned
session.
you have 2 sendings before you can rest, or before you go to
Yeah,
sleep.
I can cast it twice.
Did we figure out who we were going to send to?
I do want to point out that you can see the adamantia from here, and it looks fine. That visually, there appears to be nothing wrong with it.
For now.
Or as far as you're aware. Because you don't know if this guy would be capable of doing anything to the adamantia, or if Mana Marco is required for this.
Well, that's definitely not, he's not the problem here.
Yeah, Mana Marco is not the problem this time.
No, I'm saying that Salus isn't the problem here. It's who he's gonna tell who is the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at this point, we're already a thorn in his side. We're just a bigger thorn.
A red thorn, even. Sorry.
More thorny.
I knew that was coming.
You could almost say the thorn is making the area red.
But we won't say that.
For the second time.
Now watch as Thorn goes and jumps off a cliff. I
join her.
What the fuck, bro? Come on. Blue flower, red thorns. It wouldn't be so hard if I wasn't so colorblind.
You can't tell me what to do. I can do anything I want. Jumps off a cliff. And then that's when you all ask, if she's gone, who's running this ship?
Tiny will. He's got this.
Who's driving? Oh my god, Bear's driving. How can that be?
So did we actually decide on who we're doing the sendings to, or no?
We did not. There was ideas. They were like, oh man, Wheelon can like vamp people around. Maybe they would be a person to reach out to. Or like, yeah, we weren't really sure, TVH.
Well, I do have an idea, partially because I thought about it for one of Talison's things, but I also thought it might be a good idea just in general, would be Mr. Shadowclaw.
Arn's dad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fjolfer.
Feelfer?
Yeah.
True, yeah.
Yeah, you could always hit up Feelfer.
It was kind of the question of, do we go to just the magical people, or do we go to people with the vast networks and have them help on our behalf?
Yeah.
I mean, the magical people can't really help us right now because they're all not in High Rock. They're all on the other side of Tamriel, so yeah, literally all of them are on the other side of Tamriel except for one who's in the middle, which
I mean, there's carrier pigeons, I assume. Maybe. I don't know if I can make that assumption.
it's not really a matter of carrier pigeons because the sending is the carrier pigeons. It's how are they going to get here in a short amount of time?
I think Wheelon was the answer to that one.
Yeah,
Right.
also depends on where Wheelon is and how many times she's capable of casting that.
That's true.
So far, you've only witnessed her cast it once a day.
So the question
Are
would
you
be,
guys heading toward an inn?
yes,
Yes, the Golden
Okay.
Lion. That was, I think it was Golden Lion, right?
it was
That
the
referred
golden
to as-
lion that was suggested.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Memory for the win.
Tiny has a memory.
Just, yep, where to get food and where to sleep.
He's so real for that.
Mhm. All right. You head toward the inn. And you walk inside. And you do see it is not really packed, but it is quite full. Some people are getting drinks, but it is pretty quiet. There's not a lot of heavy duty talking. If there's conversation, it's quiet conversation.
It feels so different from the last time we were here. A lot more subdued.
People are grieving, trying to survive something. I don't know. And Ty just looks. Taliesin! Tal.
Oh god, he's dead.
Poke, 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 poke,
He
poke.
fell asleep again.
Okay, no worries. I'll go get us rooms.
That's dead.
Sorry. My dad had one time to not interrupt me the entire day, and he decides to do it right when I'm in the middle of something. So it's fine.
It's fine.
This is why I lock my door.
He knocked, so that's not gonna help. What I missed so much. What happened?
Tiny was
You
just
got
kicking you in the shoulder saying, like, can you get us rooms or should I go get us?
I'll do it. It's just rooms.
Okay, make sure you get one for yourself this time. You look tired.
I'm a bit tired, actually.
Yep.
Shit. Hit from
He slaps you on the
Metamarco.
back. Go get him.
Still a bit sore from Metamarco, mate.
Relax, buddy.
Apparently all.
You got whacked upside the head, not on your back.
No, Tiny can aim for his back. He's not gonna hit him in the head.
Yeah, that
Back
was
shots.
pointed at Shade to remind him he was
Oh,
whacked in the back of the head.
Yeah, but it's still a fight. He's gonna be sore.
I mean, we did also have a short rest and heal up.
Mhm.
We had a short rest on the way back.
By the way, guys, you guys are going to level up today. Once you hit level 14, you're in prime. You can face Anchorite territory.
Ooh,
boy.
ooh, goody, goody, goody.
Boy.
Yippee.
Now we don't need to run away every time we see them.
There are 3 that you could technically face at level 14.
Smiles.
Mm. Hi, kitty.
So, at the behest of Thribby, and more so the party, Talzin goes up to whoever the innkeeper is. We've been here, right? Like, this is the place we stayed at last time. Yeah, you've been
here. Yeah, this is the place you stayed at last time.
Yeah, so do I recognize the innkeeper?
Yeah, same person as last time.
Strides up.
But more tired.
Oh there, long time no see.
He squints.
Smiles.
Oh, yeah, I see a lot of people through here. What can I do you for a drink?
Definitely, but also rooms if you have any available. We were recommended this place again.
If you don't mind sharing a room, yeah, I got rooms.
Depends, how many people per room?
Well, it's only the group room left. I'm trying to fill it up. There's 1 person in there now, and you lot would definitely fill it up.
Curious, you say 1. Is he an old fellow or just run-of-the-mill?
Seems fine, kind of quiet.
Okay. Doesn't look odd. No robes,
No.
Dark clothing.
No.
Golden embroidery.
No, he's wearing a cloak. A traveler's cloak. It's quite well worn, has splotches of mud and dirt on the edge, kind of tattered.
Did you catch what he was? Breton? Imperial?
Dunmer, I think.
Ooh. I see. Right. Well, if he's practically normal, that's good. Yeah, well, I think we'll share that room. How much? There's, 6 of us.
Since you're, actively sharing a room with a complete and total stranger, 2 gold per person.
Talzin gives him 12 gold.
Okay. Alright, down the stairs. Door at the end of the hall.
He nods and returns to the party to relay that information.
That's fine. I mean, everyone's got to sleep somewhere.
We just have to be careful what we say.
I mean, if we really want to, we can also take shifts, like we're sleeping outside. Just someone wake up the next person.
Surprise, it's a worm cultist.
It is a bit weird that it is a, Dunmer this far east in Tamriel. Especially just
wow, that's
trained
racist too.
Yeah,
Dunmer
and
apparently not allowed over in High Rock.
but it's true.
Lil just disintegrates.
Maybe it's someone we know. Why don't we just go see first, and then plan A, if we don't like them, we just take shifts while we sleep and wake each other up. And plan B, if we know them, cool, we're fine. Or plan C, we know them and they're not a good person. We go back to plan A and take shifts.
Well, as he described him, it was, didn't give much detail aside from the fact he's Dunmer and he's a traveler of some sort. Dark cloak, weathered. Perhaps it's no one, perhaps it's someone. Just be on your guard in case he tries to make conversation. Or she, for that matter.
That's fine. I always have a weapon under my pillow. And Tiny just goes and walks toward the stairs.
Let me do something here real quick. Because my phone keeps going off! Ugh.
Who's texting you while you're playing?
I don't know. I have the weirdest fucking luck. Every time I launch up a game, or I am running D&D, I either get a message on Discord or a text. I have the weirdest luck. I also have a strange superpower where I can ask Alexa how much time is left on my timer, and it's always within 10 seconds.
Nice.
Very positive.
Just to add to the weirdness. Because, you know, weird things. Where is it? Also, I forgot to delete Duolingo.
Well, I wouldn't recommend
'Cause-
doing that. The bird's gonna come after you.
Well,
Cut
I
Duolingo,
am
boycott
because
Duolingo.
they're doing cards all in on AI, and there goes my 440-day streak. And I'm sorry, I have artist friends, and one is in this room right now, and I rather not piss off my artist friends.
I'll like draw you exploding so many times it happens for real.
Either that, or
me
you'll
next, me
just
next.
decide to not illustrate for Esper.
I'll give you like stick figure drawing, like the shittiest possible drawings.
I'm sorry, like, you saw what I have for the intro image for chapter 1. I'm just picturing that now. I'm just absolutely picturing him as stick figure standing there, and you just got a little smiley skull on the staff. You still owe me that one picture of him being like a muscle builder in a Speedo.
Fuck. Pay me.
I will have money in a couple days.
Oh no, wait. Hold on.
I will Venmo you $1.
Oh,
It will
Is that what
shove
I'm
it
worth
in his
to you?
G-string.
No, I don't want to
no.
see it. That's why. I don't want to see it, but it's like contributing to the cause.
Paying
Yeah.
$1
Oh,
to
man.
actually do your commissions, Knox.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody pay him $1 so he has to draw those dollars in his G-string.
I'll become independently wealthy and
Oh.
fund it.
Text aside, I put on Do Not Disturb mode. You guys head down the stairs, and you do see the door at the end of the hall, and there's a light coming from underneath the door.
Tiny just knocks and then opens the door.
You knock, and you open the door, and you see naked Dunmer butt. He's bent over, taking off his pants.
He just
Damn, we
steps
knocked
back
and
out
everything.
the door, closes it, and he's like, shouts, "It's a guest room, pull your pants up."
Pulls the pants up, you hear rapid, like, padding of footsteps, and door opens, it's Feldrin.
Oh, fucking of course it is.
Oh no.
You just
He
saw
just
his ass.
Tiny just runs and gives him a hug.
Farron looks like he wants to die.
And, like, gently pushes you back. Next time, wait for an answer when you knock?
It's a guest room.
Yes, but
It
I'm
looks-
pretty sure the guy told you somebody was staying in here.
He did.
Yeah, but it's a guest room. It's not a private room.
Feldrin, what are you doing here?
I told Emmerich yesterday about the towers.
Oh, well, let's all go inside and not be in the hallway.
Taliesin like sneaks past 3 to go underneath the doorway just to like stand there. Just
I mean, he put Feldrin down.
Yeah.
He's not holding it.
And he sits down on the bed and grabs his flask of Sujama and takes a sip. I assume you are here for some reason. I thought you were off dealing with Manamarco and his cronies.
We are, and Taliesin has a story for you, and just leaves to go find a bed and start putting his stuff down.
He glares at 3 but then turns back to Feldrin.
Do you want me to tell the story? I can tell the story.
No, 3.
See?
I forgot to put a trigger warning for naked Nervarine ass.
As that's fine. It's comedy.
Dude, that was the one thing on my sheet.
Oh god, I'm
That's
so
one
triggered!
thing on your Veils and Line sheet. I don't want to see the Nervarine's ass.
You will
Oh God, I'm so
trigger.
triggered.
Here to trigger you.
Oh my god, I'm so triggered!
Feldrin's ass.
Oh no!
Oh god, I'm so triggered.
His nice, shapely, toned ass.
I don't want to see that shit.
Everyone's
Baron
got
definitely
one.
doesn't
It's
want to see
fine.
it. He's already seen too much.
So, Taliesin, I'm assuming it's like a bunch of beds, like, up next to the wall, kind
Yeah.
of like a barracks in a way.
Yeah, it's set up kind of like a barracks. The heads of the beds are against the wall, and they're spaced out enough for people to get in and out of bed and for a nightstand. And there's chests at the end of the bed.
So, how much did you actually talk to Emmerich about? Like, what exactly did you talk to him about specifically with the tower?
Well, I told him that the towers were part of Manamarco's plot, and to make sure nobody gets to them.
He blinks.
I didn't go into extreme detail.
He blinks. You're telling me that Emmerich already knew about the fucking towers?
Yes. What, you didn't talk to him yet?
We did.
You'll...
That may explain why he was talking to Keeper Salus. Salus. When we
I think I
arrived.
did see him entering the palace when I was leaving.
What was Glarier gonna say?
And you'll never guess which idiot revealed our entire plan in front of an enemy.
Points to Taliesin. Oh, don't worry, I've done that shit too.
It isn't exactly fair. There was extenuating circumstances.
So much for
Yes, like a stranger with King Emmerich.
Are you gonna
we've
keep
never met
riding
before.
my ass?
Shut up. Do you realize how much danger you've put us in? By not being careful. You laid our entire plan, everything we know, in front of a man you met once. I am allowed to be upset at you for this.
Well, in his defense, it couldn't be as worse as me telling a 6-house sleeper agent everything I was doing over drinks and promptly fucking him.
I
didn't
think that
need
would
to hear
have been
that.
better, honestly.
I didn't need to hear that.
Farron's like, oh god, now I know he's bisexual, god.
I mean, he probably already figured that much, but he's an elf for Christ's sake.
No. Really? Wow.
He's an elf for Christ's sake.
I never would have guessed.
Exactly, all elves are bisexual, except for Vanus Galarian, he's just straight gay.
So, I mean, Farron is also just
Great gay. That's an oxymoron right there, Sarah.
You
I'm
know.
just saying, all elves are some brand of queer.
All I'm gonna say is his original name was Treacherous. So, fill in the lines.
So yes, as you heard, it's completely my fault that the person who is named Guardian of the Tower by Emmerich is actually a worm cultist, and they know everything.
Well, that's the thing, is the Guardians of the Towers are never appointed by the ruler. It's kind of like passed down the line. It's almost like a temple hierarchy. Unless you're talking about the old three, then he shrugs.
Passed down. Huh. Is that like a process to choose a new guardian of the tower?
I believe so. I do remember with the false tribunal with Alexia, Sothosil, and Vivek, all that was appointed by those three. That was all done in-house, but Now over in Vardenfell, it's election-based.
What Vardenfell?
I do know that another special case would be, like, the White Gold Tower that is protected by the Emperor sitting on the throne, seeing as the throne's inside the tower.
Ah, wonderful. So not being protected at all.
At this point, probably not.
Sounds about right.
But this one, I believe it is passed down a line from powerful mage to powerful mage. Completely separate, with very little input from the government. So in a way, Emmerich has to work with the guy, despite the fact, well, he's an Imperial.
Did we learn Salus's last name?
No.
Okay. Imperial. Passed down a bloodline. It's not ringing any bells, though it does sound about right for that place. Joy.
Bloodline passage is very strong on High Rock.
He looks over to Alira. Sound about right.
She's
Yep.
nodding in agreement.
Hmm.
It is. But that means there may be people here that we could learn more about him from.
I'm certain that we could find something within the archives of the palace if Emmerich allows us, which I don't think he wouldn't. But
I think that's a good idea. It seems like what we need here is more information. We're going to make it onto that tower somehow.
From what you've told me about the towers and the plan, is being able to, well, for lack of a better term, fuck with something that powerful will take a long time. Biggest thing I'd worry about is that guy telling Matamarco where you are.
Lyra kind
Let's
of.
hope you didn't piss him off recently.
We
Lyra's
did.
just looking immensely uncomfortable.
I was about to say,
Ah,
tells us we did at the same time as Glacier does. He's like rubbing the sore spot on the back of his head.
Kind of unavoidable in our
Alright.
current line of work.
well, that
But-
sucks.
Not like we hit the beehive just to do it. We did get something.
Yes, another piece of the puzzle to seal Manamaka away, so pros and cons.
Pros and cons, but hopefully he doesn't know exactly where you're staying.
Thankfully, no.
He has a vague idea that we are nearby. We should not linger here long. That being
Knowing,
said,
Finally,
Not
we agree on
long.
something.
but it may buy you a little time, because if you have figured him out, and Manamarco might guess you would have, given you pissed him off recently, I'm pretty sure he'll think you fuck off pretty quick. That and I could buy us some time. He digs around in his bag, stands up, and starts with a magical, like, chalk that kind of shimmers blue, starts tracing a very large sigil into the floor. It's going to take him about 14 minutes, 15 minutes to do. He's basically ritual casting something.
Could I make an Arcana check to see what it is?
Sure.
Yay.
Can I also do that even though I don't have Arcana proficiency?
You will. This will require Arcana proficiency because of how
Fuck.
complex.
Hey, Illyra, check this with me, because I'm probably... Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for it.
There it is. Why is everybody rolling so shit? Like Monday game was full of shit rolls. Holy hell.
We just ran away from Manimarco this same day.
Our dice are tired.
Yeah. Alira. Well, Farron, 23, Farron, you're easily able to clock it. It is a word of anti-divination. A very strong one.
Yeah, that would do the trick.
It would. He'll probably try to scry first, so he doesn't panic the town. Because you can't operate the way he does when you panic everybody. So, keep him from scrying on us for the night. Maybe he'll think you moved on.
Thank you.
Keen on being scryed on again anyway, so thanks.
Just whatever you do, don't step on it.
Notes that for later. To not step on it.
Because, like, if you smudge it, it'll break, you know? And once he finishes, he sits down on his bed and throws the little nub of chalk left into his bag. I have to hit up
Elton.
Devaith for more of that.
How did you learn about the towers? Is something happening in Morrowind?
You, Arin told me. You told her, correct?
Aye.
She told me. She couldn't exactly do it all herself.
Well, we expected that you would have a bit more expertise in this, considering your background. It's a bit of a surprise that she was able to tell you enough that she did. How complicated the plan is, at least.
What, because I've literally been inside one of the towers?
Yes, actually.
All I did was knock a giant Dwemer construct in a heart into the lava.
That sounds cool. What's it like inside a lava? What's it not inside lava? What's it like inside a volcano?
Hot.
Kind of set yourself up for that one, Tiny.
Yep, yeah.
I was high at the time. I can't give you detail. Don't forget, he fought Dagothur high out of his fucking gourd.
Speaking of getting high, Tiny pulls out his alchemy jug and say, Talos Ale, and he's like, "Have you ever had this before?" And he offers the jug to Feldrin.
You have an alchemy jug?
Uh-huh. It's
Can
great.
you make Balmora blue skooma?
I don't know.
Balzan
It's kind of
takes
has
out
this
his
thing
and
in it
immediately
already.
says Balmora Blue Skooma and hands it to Feldrin.
Don't do that. Oh my god.
It does take us like, I miss that stuff.
Baron just bangs his head against the wall.
Why are you getting the Nervarine eye?
Why not? He's probably
Hey,
Maybe.
if
Look,
he killed a
world's
false
ending.
god once.
Get a fellow prophesied high.
We have an anti-divination ward. We need to fucking cool out right now, and this is probably the best way to do it.
Hey, he killed one god high, so may he can do it again.
He
Nice.
hasn't had Balmora blue in a long time.
Hey, what does this like smell like?
It smells a a little bit floral, a little bit sweet.
Okay.
Farron gags.
It's an interesting smell.
Does Farron try the Talos ale?
Can't be made anymore. The guy who produced the stuff is dead and buried under ash.
Would you please not do that stuff in front of me?
Takes a drink.
Okay.
Look, if his eyes weren't red, they would be red.
Allison, I trade you for a second.
Trade what?
Fortunately, because it's
The
skooma,
jug.
it doesn't make that much. It just makes like maybe 2 ounces.
Well, Feldrin currently has my jug, so I can't really trade it.
Oh, well.
And then he looks to Farron. Is there something wrong?
Let's just say me and that stuff do not have a good history together.
Oh. Well, I apologize. I'm good at making mistakes today, so.
It's fine. It's not like I said anything earlier, so he didn't know.
Oh no,
Alas,
an old meme.
alas, Farron has skooma troubles in his family line.
As does Aldummer.
Pretty much. But it's like particularly bad with his.
He does finish off the 2 ounces and hands your jug back.
He sniffs it again, makes a face, and then cleans the jug off with like a
like-
handkerchief.
It's like, water, swirl, dump out the water.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Feldrin does look visibly more relaxed. Yeah,
Considering it's
Valmora
strong, so-
Blue's very rare. Yeah, it's also drugs.
No, yeah, I was going back to the, like, we made coffee and it made a gallon, and then water makes, like, several gallons, and it's like, this
Yeah.
is an itty bitty thing.
The more rare and powerful the substance an alchemy jug can produce, the less it produces.
Yep.
That's
Pretty
the
much,
way it
and
always works.
Valmora Blue's very rare and very powerful.
Like,
It's
for
like one of the
instance-
few things that can actually affect Feldrin within a reasonable amount of time.
Like, for instance, beer is up to 4 gallons. Acid is 8 ounces, but basic poison is a half ounce.
Mm-hmm.
Because the
I need to just,
intention is, like, bad, so.
Tiny just thinks to himself, he's like, I might have to try that later.
Might have to try making drugs later.
Try what exactly later?
Huh? I mean, I'm down to try almost anything once.
Tiny.
What? It's not the first time I've done skooma.
You
Okay, whatever.
sure you want to try the rarer and harder version?
He just shrugs, meh?
Heidi, let me put it this way. I had 2 ounces and look at me. I
mean,
have
I'm
a
a big-
resistance to this stuff.
He kind of just thinking, so just a dab then.
You want to risk it?
Maybe
It's never
not
just
right
a
now.
dab with skooma, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, when you're drunk, things happen, things get passed around. I don't know half the things I've
Why
had before.
don't
but-
you, I know you say you had skooma before, but it might have been watered down because, you had it in Skyrim, right?
Skyrim skooma always watered down.
Probably. I don't remember where I was.
Oh, it's definitely watered down because the soldiers used it to stay awake, but it didn't really get them the added effect that elsewhere skooma did, and that stuff is not a good day. That was.
Don't even get me
Oh.
started.
Okay. So what you're saying
Elsewhere,
is
skooma.
Don't even
what
get
you're
me
saying
started.
is use one day to make the skooma pouch, then use the next day to make the water, and then just pour it into little baggies. Got it.
He face palms.
Water it down. Understood.
Tiny.
Where are
Huh?
you going to find a bag other than your water skin that's able to hold water?
Alchemy jug?
Thurby, you do realize that's not how an alchemy jug works, right?
You say water and it makes water, and you just said water it down.
Yes, but it can't be both items at the same time. It's either one
Well, that's
or the
why.
other.
Yeah, you take
If-
one day for the drugs, and then the next day for the water.
It replaces it.
No, that's
Yeah.
why you put the drugs in a pouch.
Skooma's a liquid.
Or
He face palms.
or like in a water skin. I'll buy another water skin if that's the issue.
I'm
Honey,
high right now, and I could tell his reasoning's not great.
Going through all that effort, you might as well just drink it straight.
Well, I can do that too.
Does
if
it
Farron
look
says
like?
so.
Does it look like Feldrin's Buzz is getting killed?
No, he's just staring like I'm too high for this shit.
Or better yet, just avoid this stuff.
Nah, fine. He just goes back to drinking the Talos ale from his alchemy jug.
Thank you for that. I actually needed that after you all saw my ass.
Sure.
Wasn't my choice, mind you.
Everyone has one.
Anyway, so that thing that you put down, the ward, you said it's supposed to prevent things from getting in here, from scrying, you said, if I recall.
All divination spells.
Thank the gods. Well, at least we have a safe place then.
For now, it should last until morning. Give you time to do what you need to do and fuck off.
It's true.
Now the South guy, brief moment that I met him, did not look like he was capable of corrupting a tower or anything like that or destroying it. You have to be on Devaith Fear's level to do that.
So the only person that's even remotely able to do that would be Manamarco himself.
Manamarco or probably his anchorites, seeing as they hold some of his power.
I wouldn't imagine all of them are on Devaith Sphere's level, maybe except Cylinear. But even then, that's drastic time and
From
a lot of power.
From what you told me about how he motions to Krim or to Caldron, that revenant whatever is made, they're probably capable of channeling his power. And knowing what I know of Manamarco probably only allows his most trusted to do that. So I could stick around here and keep an eye on it and let you know if anything happens.
Well, we are here on other business that we should probably get done within the next day or so. And he nods to Alira.
She gives a nod back. Sooner we get it done, the better. Would be good not to linger.
Aye. But the best thing we probably should do right now is rest, been through a lot in what I think is still the day that we fucking left that burrow.
Burrow? What burrow?
Yeah, we didn't actually tell Feldrin all that has happened since we last saw him.
Ah, yes, right before, I wasn't even given the chance. He pauses, and then, looks to Feldrin. So, I have a story for you. Are you, capable of understanding complex things right now?
Yes.
Wonderful.
I fought Dagothar more high than this.
Ah, excellent. And, considering it definitely is acting like Feldrin, Talzin hesitates for a moment, looks to the party, and then looks back to Feldrin, then explains everything that happened.
And after you finish explaining, he stares at you. You went to the point of his fucking ascension.
Not by choice.
You're either brave or fucking nuts.
Got to embody the emperor that ascended after all.
I suppose you could say that.
Considering we didn't really have much of an actual choice in the matter, it was either go there and take it, or don't go there and let Manamarco corrupt it or destroy it, or whatever the fuck he wants to do with those things.
And he hit you in the back of the head with his staff.
Yeah, it fucking hurts. I didn't think it was going to be made of metal and bone. I thought it was going to be like wood.
No, it's made of metal and bone.
Not even a staff, it's more like a fucking morning star.
I'd get lesser restoration on that wound.
Looks at Alira and Glarior.
He gets up, he walks over to you, and he just, like, grabs the crown of your head lightly and parts your hair with his other hand. And Alira and everybody else can see him stiffen a little bit from behind Taliesin. None of you could do it any sooner.
What's wrong?
Is there a problem?
He motions Farron to come take a look.
And he does.
And you see, like, the edges of the cut are a little bit blackened, and there's mild veins coming out from it.
Oh, God.
I think he got poisoned.
Yeah, this is a bit, more urgency required.
The second
You remember
Feldrin-
that con check that I made you take, right?
Yeah. The mention that when he mentions he's gotten poisoned, Talzin quickly pulls off his glove and like gently taps the back of his head to like see if there's anything that comes off when he like pulls his hand to his face.
Nope, nothing came off.
No blood.
It just hurts, and it's slightly throbbing, like a wound, like a head wound. It's very insidious. It's almost like he purposefully hit you in the back of the head where your hair covers, just to try and hide it.
Clever bastard.
Ladies, luck, that's smarts.
Doesn't look good. She looks over to Galarier. I'm not able to do it today, are you?
He thinks, and then, like, he looks at his hands, and he's like, I don't actually know. And tries focusing magic into a spell, but it just kind of like it begins and then Jesus and and then fizzles away, and he shakes his head.
All I have is the magic dispel.
Well, good news is he's not gonna die tonight, but he may be in for a rough night.
What a shame.
Another
Beautiful.
one. Amazing.
Tiny pulls out a small vial. He's like, would this help? It's a vial of poison resistance.
That's for before you're poisoned.
It's a thought that counts, I suppose.
Sorry.
It's alright. I'm used to nightmares now, so it's great.
Besides, this is a magical poison.
You can sleep in my lap if that helps.
Could we
Cute.
would we check apothecaries? Like, would it just even like an antidote help to lessen it, or
No, it's magical. It needs to be removed with magic.
You don't
I
think
don't
any...
suppose dispelling would do anything.
Trust me, when I first caught the corpus disease, I tried drinking cure disease potions repeatedly. Did not make the sores go away.
What did make the source go away?
Some weird bullshit Devaith Fear did.
Oh.
-2? So that's actually
Yeah,
10.
-2. Yeah.
So he's trying not to show it, because he really doesn't like showing his emotions when he's stressed. But Feldrin's behind him, right? Like he's still like holding his head. Okay.
Well, not holding his head, but he's still standing behind with like Farron right there.
And the spellcasters are behind him as well as Farron, so the only person in front of him is Thribby.
Glarior's in front of him. He didn't move.
Oh. So if you have a passive insight, it looks like he's slowly beginning to freak out a bit. Like his eyes are dilating. Yep. He's having a panic attack or about to have one.
My recommendation is sleep. Don't try that stay up all night bullshit that Nocturnal gives you.
All
I
the one
agree.
Dune fans in our audience are gonna love me for this. He he's been staring at Taliesin with like a like, you fucking, I don't want to be next to you look, and then he keeps that look on his face, but he walks up to Taliesin until he's like directly in front of him. And like, where's Taliesin looking as he goes up to him?
Very typical panic attack. He's looking everywhere but people's faces.
Okay.
Stereotypical panic attack.
As if there is one. Galario
Yeah.
grabs his jaw in like both hands. It's not kind. It's like a gets you type shit. And
it's what you do when your cat eats something it shouldn't. You're like, what do you got in your mouth? What do you got in your mouth? Come here.
Yeah. And he turns Taliesin's head to like center on him.
Look at me.
He does, but he like shakes his head a bit. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Shut up and listen.
Here we go again.
Oh shit.
Hold on, I need to find them. I can't recite it off the top of my head. Shout out to Frank Herbert, I guess. I found it.
You wanted to know it, and I will teach you.
Teach me
I can't.
what?
Hold on. I need water. Give me a second. Okay.
So as I was gonna say, you still have him in his face. He's not pulling away, but he is now glaring. You want to teach me something after you just scold me? What? What is it now? What did I do wrong?
Shut up and repeat my words. I must not fear.
I must not fear.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration.
Fear is the little death that brings obliteration. The more he's talking, he's surprisingly starting to calm down a bit.
I will face my fear.
I will face my fear.
I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path.
He repeats that because I'm a dumbass.
Where the fear has gone,
Where the fear's gone,
there will be nothing.
there will be nothing.
Only I will remain.
Only I will remain.
And he lets go of Taliesin's face.
He stays there for a moment, still kind of hunched, not realizing that his face was ridden of the clawed hand. And then after a moment, he grasps his jaw. That is your mantra, then. And he's looking down at you with that same oddly calm look when you talked to him last on the boat.
Not mine. Old family.
And he gets like a scowl on his face and takes a step back from Taliesin. He's like already like, I don't want to be next to you anymore. And as he's like turning to step away, it's just like growling under his breath.
You'll never guess who taught it to me.
There is a slight sympathetic look in his face, but he sighs after that.
Tiny thinks it's a game. It's the vampire that we're trying to kill. Yeah?
Immediately face palms.
Sorry.
Glarior looks at Thribby.
Sorry,
and
that was a question.
He gives like a really slow, like.
He immediately feels bad. He's like, sorry.
Well done.
Done, Thribby.
At the same
the
time,
answer.
yes.
Not often
This
I
is
know the answer.
actually funny.
Warlock to warlock communication.
Yes, it was him.
Oh, Tiny, you're a hoot.
Oh. Hey, Taliesin, how good is your reflexes?
It's like you're gonna punch him.
Am I
He pulls
going to
out.
get... Is something going to happen to me yet again?
Well, he pulls out a bottle of colonial brandy. He's like, I was just gonna toss you this if you can catch it. I don't want to. I was being lazy. But
He just walks
You know you
over
can
and
just-
holds out his hand.
You know you can just hand things to people, right?
he's like, he has all of his weapons like spread out around him because he was still mid cleaning everything. He's like, oh, I was in the middle, but here, and he's like, this is for you, if you need it. I know we have alchemy jugs, but bottle's a bottle.
I already used mine, and you already used yours, so we'll have to wait a bit,
Yeah.
but thanks. I'm
Yep,
probably going
I'm
to need
removing
it.
Well, it might help you go to sleep quicker.
You want a massage or something?
Maybe, I don't know yet. But a couple of thoughts swimming around in my head. I think I'm just gonna go sit in the corner for a bit. He takes a Colovian brandy and goes off to like a darker corner of the room, pulls out his fucking his book of shadows and starts looking through it while drinking the brandy.
Belgian finally just goes over to his bed and drops on it. Just try to sleep tonight, or it's gonna be way worse than you expect tomorrow. Anything else you guys want to do tonight?
Not me.
Okay.
Sure, I'll try my spell book.
Okay, go for it.
How bad could it be?
How bad could it be?
How bad can I be?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not cutting it.
Nope. Because I do believe you're on like the 3rd level now.
Yeah,
Correct?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's not an at one.
Not
We'll take
quite
it at
enough.
this point.
Yeah. Not quite enough.
She's just too tired. Like she's
Yeah, if it was a nat
she's
1,
just-
you would just.
she's trying to busy herself, but it's not working.
Feldrin does eventually fall asleep. How about the rest of you?
When Talzin's done moping, for several reasons, he does go to find Farron in the room, whatever he's doing.
Farron found his own corner to lie in like a cat.
Real? You like?
Yep.
You mentioned about sleeping in your lap or something.
Well, the author is still on the table, should you desire it.
Well, perhaps not your lap, but nearby would suffice.
That works for me. I was having trouble sleeping here anyway.
Well, I do apologize if I, awake you in whatever thing, Manamarco has planned for my head yet again. Yet another mistake I made.
I wouldn't let what Glarior said get to you too much.
The fact
It
of the
was,
matter is he's not wrong though, Farron. That's the issue.
There was a bit more going on then. Can't all play it cool like he does, unfortunately.
He sits on the edge of the bed and just turning away from the party. He's like he's saying this under his breath. I've seen him show fear. He doesn't play it cool. He's barely scraping by. Just like all of us are.
He's just like sleeping, open mouth, just sprawled out on his bed.
On top of Caldron.
No, on his own bed.
Wait, who's
Caldron.
that? I'm talking about Glary. Are
No.
you talking about Feldrin?
Oh, yeah, I was talking about Feldrin. Sorry, I was replying to Wave.
Oh, my bad.
So, my brain.
Sorry, distracting the DM.
Yeah.
But my thoughts are kind of irrelevant on the matter. The point is that he's right. I shouldn't have willingly given that information so openly just because Emmerich gave us a title. I just was so relieved that we weren't in such a bad place anymore. I'm usually good at this kind of thing, reading people that easily.
Something tells me it's just different circumstances in his case. Different skill sets, you know? It's not like he offered to do the talking, so someone's got to do it.
I should be used to it. I shouldn't be getting so upset when someone corrects me like that, when they scold me. I don't understand why I care so fucking much. He puts his head in his hands. I've been scolded by officers, I've been scolded by my father, my mother, even my brother sometimes. I've been scolded by fucking Tullius himself and even Araclane once or twice. I just took it on the chin. Sure, I was upset, but it passed. I can't appease him. Ever. I don't think I want to anymore.
Yeah, at this point, I'm fairly certain people who aren't Keldrin don't really have much of a chance in that regard anyway.
And, Taliesin relays the conversation that he and Glarior had on the boat to Farron.
Well, could have been worse, I guess.
Part of it makes sense, the rest doesn't.
I can't say I really understand most of what he's on about at any given moment, but that's because I don't know him that well.
That's perhaps for the better at this point.
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
so tired.
Like it's a good time to just get some rest and worry about it some other time.
Hmm. He stands up from your bed, moves over to the one nearby, and lays down on it.
Good night.
That's when he falls asleep, or tries to.
No, you will fall asleep.
Hell yeah.
And sometime in the night, I'll need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yippee. Whole modifier of 0. You want me to make that now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is the -2 still prevalent currently?
Yep.
Okay. Excellent.
Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna take you down a level. Don't worry, nothing bad. I promise. Maybe.
How foolish.
Fitting.
You feel like you're swimming in your sleep. You know, like that weird pulsing, like swimmy feeling sometimes when you're just like extremely tired,
Yeah.
but you're past the point of fatigue and your body is pushing through.
Like a second wind.
Yeah, like a second wind, but you know you need to sleep.
Yeah, I know.
You do fall asleep into that black abyss, embracing abyss of Nocturnal's darkness. And you feel like you're nodding off. And then when you snap your eyes awake, you're sitting in your father's dining room at a table dressed nicely. I'm gonna actually change the music for this. And across from you, you feel slight kick on your foot and you look up at his Ronnie.
Huh? Huh?
You're falling asleep again.
Wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
Where are we, love? What? Did I miss something?
We are here introducing this one to your father.
Oh.
And she puts a hand to her chest.
How could I forget? He immediately hugs her.
She hugs back. What is this all about? We traveled here together.
I had the worst dream, darling. It was horrible. There was these conspiracies. There was these underhand tactics. There was this. I met a group of people that it was part of some kind of prophecy.
She cups your face, looks you in the eyes.
He is crying.
My love, that is just the plots of Boethra. Wash them from your mind. And as she pulls her hands away, your father walks in. Well, It's a pleasure to meet you, finally. Allison, why don't you introduce me proper?
Ah, Father, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
He does a formal bow, and then he holds his hand open to, like, offer Ronnie his hand to, like, step towards him.
She steps up.
This is Ronnie Ma. We met at the Imperial Officer Academy, and we've been close for the last year now, I think.
This one is pleased to meet you. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. Now, why don't we have a seat and eat? Your brother and your stepmother will be joining us soon.
He cringes a bit as he hears that Cassandra's gonna be there. Right.
He wags a finger. I told her to be on her best behavior.
You are too good to me, Father. Thank you.
You are my son. He pats you on the back and leads you both into the dining room, and it is beautifully decorated. The candelabras glowing lightly. The best, I would say China, but that infers a country that doesn't exist in this world. The best,
Alien.
The best porcelainware out, beautifully shined silverware, a fire crackling, and those two daggers sitting on the mantle on a display above the fireplace.
Question.
And he pulls out the seat for Ronnie.
While he's looking around, as he's like surveying the scene, because this is the dining room, right? You said the main dining room. Is this is this by chance where the piano is?
Yes.
As he's like watching the scene fold out before him, he walks over to the piano, which I'm assuming is closed, and just runs his hand over it. He's finally looking down at his hands, white gloves, I'm assuming. Very noble attire.
Very noble attire.
He's adjusting his, not a toupee, whatever, I think it's a ascot. The typical Bruce.
Toupee is a hairpiece!
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. He's adjusting,
oh my god, just revealed Tellison wears a fucking toupee!
No. He's adjusting the ascot, adjusting the gem that's in the center. He's running his hand across the piano. I really am. That was a dream.
Are you alright, son?
Yes, I'm alright. It was just a long ride from the Imperial City back home. A lot of thoughts.
I'm sure it was, and probably even longer. And he pours you some Colovian brandy. From Skyrim, after getting through... He has a little sneer on his face. Ulfric Stormcloak's personal hell.
He, does a double take. Yes. Skyrim, right. It was a bit of a daze. I'm not even sure if it was a well-fought war after all that.
It's a shame we lost, but we will get Skyrim back, eventually.
He rubs his chin. Still lost. I see. Right. I'm certain that whatever potential progress that the High Justicia has planned might be to our best efforts to put that campaign forward in the near future, I'd imagine. The North would stand a chance, I think.
Are you gonna look around the room as you talk?
Yes, that is what he's doing, because he's still, like, not believing this is real. It's like, holy shit, I'm here.
Go ahead and
nothing happened.
Roll an investigation check with that -2.
Sure.
Because you do still feel that tired, but it's from the trip. And natural 20, you're looking around the room, and things do look slightly different than you remember, but your eyes do graze across the wall, and like as all nobles tend to have because they have this disposable money, is you see one of those fancy changeable calendars that is made out of like metal and wood, and this has gold on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it does say the current date of the 10th of First Seed, 203.
That's interesting.
What is?
Oh, you'll never believe me when I tell you this, Father, but the dream that I had, Ronnie had a hard time believing it when I was doing so, but, it was the year 205, and I was, in a bit of a fit, you could say.
You see Ronnie just kind of cover her mouth, and her whiskers kind of pull forward, and her ears drop a little bit in a giggle. And your father goes, "You with your crazy dreams sometimes. I remember waking you up as a child, and you would tell me some strange dreams that you had as well. I think there was this one where you said you punched Mehrunes Dagon himself during the Oblivion Crisis."
Do I remember that?
Yes.
Yes, I was, still am the very patriotic Imperial that you know me.
That you are. I wish many others were like that, and he pours a little bit of brandy for Ronnie and himself as well and takes a sip. And then sits down in his seat.
He scoops up the brandy as he continues to walk around just investigating the dining hall and takes a sip.
As you walk around, you do see those 2 daggers.
He grimaces a bit.
You don't understand why you're grimacing when you look at them. Just for some reason, you get a weird pit in your chest. Something wrong?
I'm not sure. It's,
If you're trying to recall where those are from, those were given to us by Arclane.
I see.
Speaking of which, I was supposed to surprise you, but I can't help it. You know me. Arclane will be joining us for dinner, all the way from Imperial City. What a lovely surprise.
He turns around to Stentis, and his eyes are wide. Really?
Of course.
And,
Your grand return home, he couldn't help himself. When I told him you made your way back, he pretty much jumped out of his seat, I'm sure. I sent him a letter immediately.
There is a genuine look of excitement on Taliesin's face at the mention of Arclane coming to his house to see him again. I haven't seen my mentor in so long. It's been
Couple years.
Yeah. He's running his hand through his hair, and he puts the glass down. Remember his many teachings, his they definitely helped me survive back in those snowy wastelands.
I can't imagine how cold it was there. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Well,
did you at least get to see Solitude in your stay?
I believe so, yeah. That's where the Imperial main camp was stationed, and most of my orders often had me going to and from Solitude. It was a decent time working under Tullius. A shame that what happened to him happened. But I was one of his leading diplomats.
I will say, with that natural 20, as you're talking and moving around the room, you do see a golden, like, softball-sized orb on a velvet pillow underneath a glass case. You don't know what it is, but you find yourself like going, this is inconsequential. I don't need to ask Dad. He collects these things.
Can I comment on it at least?
Yeah,
I see.
you could comment, but yeah.
Does it, when I look at it, does it look any, because you said bronze, right?
Gold.
Gold. Okay, so that's still what he would probably think. I see you got a new artifact. Dwemer ruins. Fun stuff. Plenty of
You
those in
know me.
Skyrim. Plenty of those.
I will have to send some of my men out to go check those ruins then. Because you know me and my collections. I have, looks at Ronnie, 2 rooms dedicated to my collections from ancient ruins, one for Aliens and one for Dwemer. She's like, this one would love to see it after dinner. I would be glad to show you.
As he's gracing around the table again, he puts a hand on Ronnie's shoulder.
She puts a hand on yours.
He's quite, I used to call him a fanatic, but I do understand his fascination. They're very interesting artifacts and sometimes toys, considering, Dad.
This one remembers you told me that he loves to talk at length about how he got them.
Yes, it's definitely a conversation piece, many of them. Though some of them he likes to show off. You remember that weird, I think you called it a ballista, right?
Yes, the Dwemer ballista. It wasn't in working condition, unfortunately.
Most of them aren't. So run down and jagged, you have to jury-rig half of them to work.
Shame. I would love to see one working. I'm sure your stepmother would love to as well as the Archmage and Phyllis Turan.
Well, perhaps we could, with my time now back at home, I could definitely schedule an excursion as long as Arclane doesn't put me back out on the front.
You know he will. And just at that, you hear a knock on the door, and in walks Arclane. Taliesin, it is good to see you again. Welcome home.
Does he look like the Arclane that Taliesin remembers?
Yes.
Taliesin rushes up to him, and he has like this really big, goofy smile on his face, like he's seeing a father figure, more than Stentis. And like he has this like eyes wide, like, because right now he doesn't have the beard, he has a clean face. Like he actually looks like he's done up proper. Arclane, it's so good to see you again. It's been so long. How have you been?
Busy as ever. You know, being the High Justiciar of Imperial City is not without its troubles.
Oh, surely I can imagine with everything that's happened recently, but hopefully you have some time. It's at least enough to take somewhat of a leisurely break.
He gives a nod. As far as dragons go, I think we've only had problems in Bruma and Shadenhall. Correct, Arclane? Yes, only in those 2 towns. They seem to like being around the mountains, but they have been dying off pretty quick. It's been interesting to see just bones lying around the area.
Really?
Yes, very odd.
I didn't imagine the dragons would come this far, but I guess that makes sense considering everything that's gone on in Skyrim the last couple of years.
Well, as you know, they do fly.
That they do.
But fortunately, that problem has been for the Nords. As for us, we are safe. Now, your brother, And your stepmother should be here any minute, so shall we sit down?
By all means, Father, you still have the batch that Auriclane likes, right? It's very vintage?
Oh, of course, I do have plenty of bottles of that. I'll have when the servants go get it.
Excellent. Please, please. And Taliesin motions Auriclane, very much like a, I don't know, pet, like a teacher's pet. And he like he motions to like the other head of the table, which he assumes is where Auriclane is gonna sit, and like pulls out the chair, make sure it's padded down and whatnot.
Actually, that is your stepmother's seat. I will be sitting next to you.
Really?
And he pulls out your chair for you. Come.
He does like a little snooty, like, oh, excuse me. much appreciated.
And after you sit down, he sits down next to you, and in comes Cassandra and your brother Lucian.
When Cassandra comes in, he immediately stands up and bows his head respectfully.
She just looks at you, continues on, and sits in her seat nice and proper, and your brother sits down at the end of the table, and when she's not looking, looks at you, flips you off, and then sits back.
Wait, is this Cassandra or Lucian?
Lucian.
Taliesin does the finger to his nose and does the finger waggle, sticking his tongue out at him. It's like at the same time.
Auriclane is looking at you both with disapproving stares.
When he catches Auriclane's eye, he smirks.
He does give a little bit of a chuckle. And your father has called for the servant to go get the fancy stuff, and eventually that is brought out, poured for everybody. Good vintage. It is, and you do get a chance to see the bottle when the servant sets it down on the table, and it is a vintage from the year of the Oblivion Crisis.
Oh no. Oh no.
And eventually the first course is brought out for everybody. It is a lovely hors d'oeuvre of mud crab eggs over a bed of fresh spring lettuce with a drizzle of a fine vinaigrette over the top.
That's been so
And
long
it's
since I've
done
had
that
this.
fancy, like, high Michelin star way where it's just like a little teeny piece on the plate and stacked
Yeah.
up nicely.
like a full course, like 17-course meal type thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those.
Taliesin, feeling actually comfortable for once in a while and back in his element, eats like a nobleman, even if he is the bastard, but he was taught. He knows how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he does that, and he lets out a pleased sigh. It's been so long since I've had good food.
Well, welcome home, son. You each enjoy the first course, and the second course is brought out, which is a palate cleanser to remove like the oceany taste from your mouth, so you can enjoy the next course fully. And then the third course comes out, which is a lovely salad with sliced strawberries in it and raspberry vinaigrette. So, and as your father eats, Taliesin, why don't you tell Auriclane about that weird dream? Because I would love to hear about it in detail myself.
Oh, right. I didn't think it was too important, but if you're curious yourself, Master Vathurin. He's looking curiously at Auriclane.
I am very curious, actually. I do happen to know you do get odd dreams, and I love hearing about them. It's good to have imagination like that within the Imperial Army because it provides thinking outside the box when it comes to strategy.
I did have a couple of those when I was over in Skyrim. Definitely needed them when I was trying to make sure the Thalmor didn't rage and raise when the Nords caused some fuss. But thankfully, nothing too bad happened. But anyway, that's not the point. Regardless, I had this very bizarre dream. It was the year 205. It was vastly different than, well, he does like a sweeping motion of all this.
And
This-
outside the tall windows, you do see a setting sun in the distance. And you do see Masser in a waxing crescent in the sky.
Wow, beautiful night it's gonna be. Anyway, but it was, you'll have to forgive me, but this one is a bit different than my usual imagination. It started off when I was in Skyrim as expected, and I met these people. I was it was a lot different. We of course did lose the war, unfortunately, but we'll come back. But this was different in the way that it wasn't merely a couple years, but 5 years that passed. 205, the borders closed before I could get out, and I was behind enemy lines. I was making sure that no information could be caught, and that I was making my best effort to be certain that everything that was provided by me by you, and he motions over to Araclane, would not fall into
He is
enemy
looking
hands.
at you with a little bit of concern.
Not in enemy hands. These people was a Nord, it was a Breton, and there was this two Bosmer, and then oddly enough a Malma. And he starts.
That is quite strange.
And then he basically starts regaling like the abridged version of like his adventures, the positive sides of it, without mentioning like Cylinder yet, because he's mostly talking about the bandits and stuff, and how like it's like I've and he probably capstones with, and then I found myself with these abilities, this magic. You know as well as Araclane, Father, that I'm not magically inclined. I studied it, but I never had the grasp for magic. I wasn't born with the same aptitude as, well, Lucian, of course. And it came from Nocturnal. Sounds mad, right?
It does sound mad. I mean, while you don't have the proficiency for magic, it's like we have previously discussed, there's a possibility of a magica sensitivity, or... It's very strange. And Ronnie does put a gentle hand on your forearm and gives it a light squeeze.
He looks back down at Ronnie and cups her hand. Well, I do know that from the way that I've been growing more into Khajiiti culture to understand my my lovely dear here, Noctra is sometimes a part of the faith as a protector of sorts, so perhaps that could be a good sign. A boon, even.
It could be, but usually when the Daedric princes enter your mind in your sleep, it is not a terribly good sign. Means you have something they desire.
Perhaps.
I would be careful about that. Maybe go
Perhaps.
to the temple of the one in the Imperial City and pray to Akatosh for a bit.
That was definitely on my mind when I first awoke. He scratches at his neck. It did disturb me because it was a much longer dream than I imagined. And he looks down. What I'm about
Your brother speaks up.
Hmm?
Well, sometimes dreams feel long, and honestly, one time I fell asleep. I thought I had lived 2 weeks in a dream, and it was only 10 minutes.
Yes, 2 weeks. Have you ever felt like you lived 6 months in a dream, Lucian? And he, like,
Not that long.
he does like he gives him a serious look. That's how long
Not
it
that
was.
long, but that is weird. Maybe your brain's filling in the blanks or something. Don't know. And Ronnie does give you another squeeze to your arm. Alkash works in mysterious ways.
Perhaps he does. But if he meant to give me this dream of something, and he looks over to Araclane for a moment.
You look at him in the eyes.
Yeah.
Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh no. He's about to say, I really don't want to believe it. At disadvantage, you said, right?
Disadvantage.
Okay.
You're 14? Let me pull up his sheet.
I think he would finish off by saying, I'm just glad that that's not the case. And that's when he looks at Araclane directly and smiles at him.
And for a moment, that shred of fear and worry and suspect just melts away completely. Everything is normal. This is what it should be. This is reality.
That's not good.
It's totally not good, maybe. Oh, Stentis, if you don't mind, I did invite a couple other guests to join us for the main courses and the dessert. Is that all right with you? They're friends from the Aldmeri Dominion. It's unprecedented, but you are a close friend, and I do trust you, and I'm always willing to make new connections, so of course. Arclane gets up for a brief moment, heads out, and in walks two Altmer. One with blonde hair and one with silver hair, dressed very nicely. And they're dressed to the nines in their best stuff. And they sit down at the table. It's a pleasure to meet you. Stentis, correct? Yes, and your names? I am Selenia Malleus. I'm the hand of Queen Aeren. And this here is my compatriot and a member of my house. His name is Varelian. And you look at Varelian. His eyes are blue. He has long silver hair. And his stare is cold as ice.
Talzin immediately takes interest.
Pleasure. Anyways, next course, please. The servants leave to get the next course. It is an absolute honor to have you in my home. This is highly unexpected, but I am pleased to have you here, as a couple servants come out and set plates in front of these two. And then leave again, make sure they're all nice and set up with some alcohol and some napkins and silverware and ready to go. And Aurelian takes the napkin, spreads it upon his lap, and sits very proper, back straight. It is always a pleasure. Stentis Brucius, correct? Yes, thank you. Yes, it is Stentis. You could tell your father's a little nervous sitting in the presence of the hand of Queen Aeren. But you see your stepmother reach, just kind of pat the table like she would pat his arm when he's nervous, and he seems to take a breath and relax. It is an absolute honor to have you both here, and I hope you enjoy our meal and enjoy fine company. Tonight is a special night. My eldest son here, Taliesin Brucius, has brought his fiancée to dine with us and introduce her to the family. And she
Taliesin,
smiles.
He immediately stands and gives the Sillenir a bow. It is a pleasure to become acquainted and within your presence, Lord Malleus.
It is actually quite pleasant to be here, away from the bustle of the city. When Arclane told us that he was heading out this way on a quick visit to meet one of his best soldiers that was trapped behind Skyrim's lines for a slight amount of time after the war, I needed to meet you. To survive in such a barbaric and cold landscape, you must have stories.
Oh, plenty. Would Taliesin would he know how to address Sillenir as like your grace, your highness?
Kinlord Malleus.
Kinlord Malleus. So just Kinlord
Mhm.
would suffice. Okay.
Yeah.
So he nods. Of course, Kinlord. You would be surprised how dire the tactics can become when you force several Nords into a small hut, and they have nothing but, their wits. Becomes quite the, stinky and bloody situation, you could say. Especially when you had a bit of fire to the mix.
Silnir gives a little laugh. Nords with wit? Are you serious? Lest I check they had none.
Indeed they don't, but you'd be quite surprised their battle sense and their instincts. Picked up a thing or two in their survival.
The food is set out, and it is the first course. It is a beautifully thin-sliced fillet of slaughterfish with a lovely crumble sprinkled across the top, and kind of like a dro sauce around the outside with a few sprigs of fresh spring leaf.
Mm.
And Sillenir immediately eats. So does Verelian, and they're all the Altmer are like fucking eating proper and shit.
Taliesin is mimicking them not because he wants to, but because that's how he's been eating for like the last several years.
Mm-hmm.
I think the person he would mimic is Arclane, of course.
Yeah. I'm quite curious about the dragons. This is Verelian speaking. How did that get solved?
Do I recall how it got solved?
Not everybody is quite sure how it got solved. The very few eyewitnesses that were there would see a cloaked figure running away with the soul trailing after him. Nobody ever saw this person's face.
It's quite an interesting tale, Master Verelian. Kinlord? I never actually caught your title.
Just Master Verelian.
Of course. Well, it was quite the interesting rumor, Master Verelian, as we don't really know. Even the best scouts couldn't really portray exactly the excruciating detail, but it was always this figure wrapped in a cloak, and there was some sort of trail that was following after them, potentially, from wherever dragons fell. It's like a fable of sorts, a legend.
How strange.
Quite so.
Selnir looks at Verelian. Possibly something to look into. Yes, possibly something to look into. And at any point, do you, during the course of the dinner, as each meal is brought out, do you ever connect eyes with Verelian?
I'd say that Taliesin has this like intense interest in things that stand out, and I think that aside from Silanir and Araclane, because he recognizes them, Varelian stands out, so he would just be like occasionally looking at him because he's just
I would
finds him
say you
interesting.
recognize Silanir and Varelian, but you can't place where.
Okay. But at least
You
he
absolutely
knows.
cannot place where.
He's
Yeah.
heard of Silanir at least, but Varelian stands out even amongst, the queen, the hand of the queen, because he's
Yes.
different. So I think that at one point or another, he probably would meet his eyes and just smile at him.
You do notice that he is paler than most Altmer. And you can, the top layer of his skin is almost like translucent. You can see veining underneath. I know you know who it is out of character, but
I have an idea. Yes. He does again, like as he's watching him, he smiles and he looks to Silanir. Kinlord, I am quite curious, because you're the member of your house, Master Varelian. It's very interesting. Where did you two meet, by chance?
now that is a story. We studied magic together. This is Varelian answering. And we got to know each other quite well and became good friends. I was kind of curious as to all of this, and I desired to travel a bit more. I haven't been to Cyrodiil in some time. So I thought I would see it again and travel with him as his aide. Does that answer suffice?
Oh yes, must be quite a privilege to work with the hand of the queen.
And he has like a tight-lipped smile. The greatest privilege. And when you connect eyes with him again, a spot in the back of your head throbs, but you can't place what that is.
He winces.
Araclane looks to you, kind of concerned. Are you okay?
Yes, I just a bit of a head pain. I might have overdone it a bit with the brandy or the wine. You did get a vintage that was quite old, after all.
It is quite possible. And at this point, it's just the four of you talking. You notice Ronnie, your brother, Cassandra, and your dad have fallen completely silent. But you don't call it out or anything. It doesn't seem unusual to you.
Right.
Can't place why. Connect eyes with Varelian again. So tell me. I am quite curious about you.
About me?
Yes. You seem like a very interesting individual, the stepson of the assistant archmage of the Synod, eldest son to the Lord of Coral.
It's not a
What?
pleasant, but yes, I suppose it's an interesting tale.
A tale I would love to hear in great detail.
He gets a very uncomfortable look on his face, but he nods.
Are your eyes darting around as you get uncomfortable?
I would think that he would try to look towards
Because there
his father.
is a tonal shift in Varelian's voice. I need you to roll. What would I have you roll for this? because your eyes are fixed on these three at this point.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tear your eyes away from them.
Yeah, because he would be trying to look to his dad because that's not a thing he can really answer.
Mm-hmm. How about insight? That one seems fun.
Okay.
Because it's not really investigating the area. You're trying to figure something out.
Yeah. Do you still want me to roll with disadvantage and a -2?
Just the -2.
Okay.
You try to pull your gaze away, but you can't quite look away from the hand of the queen and his friend. They're in your home, meeting your fiance. This is unprecedented and a great honor.
I suppose I can make a exception this one time. If you insist, of course.
Of course I insist.
Right.
I mean, we are guests in your home. It's good to know about your hosts.
Right. Right. Well, there's a tremble in his voice because this is a tale that he does not like talking about at all. Well, you see, Master Verelian Cylinia, King Lord Cylinia, Malleus, the thing is that, well, my father, he has sometimes these spells where he's in a very good mood, as we are wont on to be, of course, and it is on occasion that when he is in a good mood that he drinks a lot, and that's of course the vice of man, you could say. But during this binge, this stint of his pursuit of alcoholic beverage, he was with several other nobles who were part of his entourage, you could say. Lower nobility. It was a party like no other. A great time in Coral, as I was told. And there he met a woman. Very beautiful. Brown eyes, tan skin. And he's gripping the table, like if he did not have gloves on, he would be white knuckling.
And no doubt at this time you're trying to connect gaze with your father, right?
He is trying so fucking hard.
Go ahead and roll perception at advantage.
Oh god, perception.
Just as that note drop happens.
-2 advantage. Oh no.
Oh no. -2. I will say at this point the DC for this is dropping lower and lower and lower. Because as you go further into this story, you start getting more and more uncomfortable, especially with Verelian just staring you right in the eyes. Go ahead and roll it again as the story continues.
Does he have, like, I'm curious because above table I know it is. Does he have a smile on his face?
Yes.
I fucking knew it. Motherfucker.
Yes. Above table, he has a smile on his face. You are just so focused on the story, you're like looking at the table, looking at Cylinder, looking at Arclane mostly. But I want you to roll this at advantage again as you swing your eyes back to Verelian.
And, well, fuck.
Oh my god!
This is terrible. Wisdom is 0.
This is terrible. Well, don't worry. At some point, it's just gonna happen. The DC is going to be so fucking low, you're going to not be able to fail it, and it's just going to happen. So.
And when he met this woman, they talked for quite a bit. He's like rubbing the back of his head now. He's looking mostly again
Your
at Arclane.
head is throbbing a little bit every time you look at Borellian.
Such a imposing case.
Are you all right?
I'm sorry. It's I want to make sure that you understand, but my head. They had several drinks over that evening, and my father decided that he wanted to get to know this woman on a more intimate level. God, this hurts.
By the way, above table, that smile is growing into a smirk. And eventually, as you continue talking, he is going to get up and start slowly walking around the table. So continue.
And he, for some reason, wanted to make sure that it wasn't in public, as they talked in private, and I don't know why he decided to tell me this in detail, but he did. And he took her out to the stables and laid with her like she was just some common whore. And from it, I was born. Through the bastard of the Brucius family. The black bastard. Does that suffice, Master Frelian?
Did he tell you what this woman looked like? In detail?
He just told me that I had her eyes. That's it.
That'll be a question I have for your father. And as he circles around the table to where your mother would sit from behind you, your eyes go from Arclane across, and then you notice the room that you're in is the dining room. But the walls are dripping black. And in the seats of where your brother, where your father, where your stepmother, and where Ronnie is, are skeletons. Hunched over, just on the ground. And when you look from the skeletons back up to Varelian, it's not wearing a beautiful, noble-like robe, but blackened armor and holding a staff. And where are you now? Your eyes go to your plate, and there's squirming maggots on your plate.
Can I roll a Constitution saving throw for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, the skeleton of Ronnie is a Khajiit skeleton. Just as an extra touch.
Of
You
course.
feel your stomach churn, but you manage to hold it down. And the only two people at the table that are not skeletons are Arclane and Cylanir, and their eyes are now glowing with black sclera. And Arclane does put an arm on your shoulder. Are you all right? Just as a really good song for this moment kicks in.
Arclane,
Yes,
what's going on?
everything's fine, can't you tell? Everything is as it should be.
What do you mean by that?
He smirks, and Cylanir has a smirk on his face, and Manamarco stops behind Cylanir, cold smirk at you. It's just as he said. as it should be. It's a shame I can't see where you are right now.
Do I still feel like I'm in the moment, or do I come back to my senses a bit?
Roll a wisdom saving throw at advantage now.
-2, bro. Fuck.
Remove. Well, I was going to remove the -2. Sorry about that. So 16. You're starting to get the sense. You look up to that orb on the mantle. It's still there, but the daggers are gone. You're starting to recollect everything.
Taliesin puts his hands to his head as he's like clawing at his face, as he's like having the worst migraine.
I will say, when you do look at the skeleton of the Khajiit, it does have flecks of dirt all over it.
Ronnie?
The skeleton looks at you. This one is here.
Why do you look like that?
I can give you her back in full. You do realize that, right? Her spirit is there. I could give everything back. But you must give me everything in return.
Is the memory of Araclane killing Ronnie coming back where he saw it? Taliesin's going to... Is Araclane still leaning on him?
Yep.
Taliesin's going to look at Araclane. You didn't have
He's
a
not
soldier.
lying.
You didn't have a soul gem. You didn't.
No, I didn't.
What?
But he motions to Manamarco. I have the god of death and undeath in profane magic. Kind of negates things, doesn't it?
Araclane, why? Why did you do it?
Leverage. She knew too much. But it won't matter once we succeed. You could have her back.
But you could have thrown her in a cell like you did to Groth. You could have done so much more to get leverage. You killed her in cold blood. What? Was anything that you felt for me real at all?
Yes. He has this, like, matter-of-fact, just like, meh, look on his face. Yes. But then you got in the way.
What?
You and your friends got in the way. A message needed to be sent.
Okay.
And Selnir speaks up. Like he said, leverage. We can give her back. Alive, not undead. But you need to do something for us.
You wanted me dead, Araclane. I saw that look in your eye. You wanted... You... And he tries to force
I
himself to stand
wanted
up.
to make you a revenant. You cannot stand up.
Why?
Because I care about you. I wanted you to be my student forever. I can still make you a revenant, but you just need to do something for us in return to get Ronnie back. and to get the gift of immortality. Glorious immortality. Untold power. Take off that amulet.
He looks down to see if he's wearing an amulet.
You are. You are wearing the amulet of proof against detection and divination.
For leverage. You want to raise her back? For
Not raise
leverage.
her. Bring her back to life.
For leverage. You want to make me immortal. You want to have this be the norm. You killed
Oh no,
her.
the sky will come back.
I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about him. And he points at Metamarco.
I am a benevolent ruler when people cooperate with me. The insights of becoming a god has made me realize things I did not see as a mortal. I cannot gain power if there is nobody alive to worship me. I need mortals alive.
And yet you use more for your foul rituals.
Necessary losses.
All for this plan
How
of
else do you
yours.
think this is all going to happen?
He looks back to Araclane.
You are quite well aware that most people are alive and safe in towns. You have not seen roving dead.
You want me to betray everyone after I come this far?
Yes.
You did all this just so that your god could become the only god. You really believe that?
I do. And Metamarco holds out his hands, and the skull on his staff glows, and the room turns back to what it was. Ronnie, your father, your stepmother, and your brother all have skin again. Beautifully set table, twinkling candlelight, the beautiful piano off in the corner, warmth. This could all be yours again. I reward those who give me what I want. And doing this, you will be rewarded gratefully for eternity.
This is Metamarco saying that.
Yes. Hence the
He
low rasp.
Yeah. He looks from Manamarco to Silanir, then back to Araclane, and he focuses on Araclane again because this is... I'm assuming that based on context clues, those three are actually talking to him.
Yeah. They're all trying to convince you.
Araclane, I felt what you felt, and he's looking down now. I have an idea of the pain that you went through. I know the truth about my family now. You say that you could bring everything back to the way it was. You say that you could bring my love back. But you can't erase my memories. You can't change what has happened. My father revealed that he never truly cared about me. My mother
Oh, your father truly cared about you. He did at one point. Cassandra always did care about you. As I accidentally swallow saliva down the wrong pipe.
So real. Considering that he knows.
If it's any consolation,
Sure.
your father, your brother, and Cassandra are still alive. We're just offering Ronnie back. Your old life back. Peace, elegance, comfort. For all of eternity. And all you have to do is take that necklace off. And then eventually, one of us will contact you. And we will discuss further what will be done. Understood?
He doesn't say anything. And after a moment of silence, he shakes his head. No. I don't care if you're telling the truth. I don't care if it's what you truly believe in. Every aspect about your plan, what you did, Araclane, what you plan to do, Manamarco, is wrong. You subjugate so many innocent lives just to make your entire plan of further godhood becoming the only one that exists come to fruition. I was taught to protect the weak and the innocent. I was told to do a duty. This is not that duty. Araclane, of all people, you should know that. This is far beyond what you taught me.
I taught you to protect the weak and the innocent for a reason. Because much like Fennec, much like Silnir and the other two, we know the gods do not do anything to protect us. Manamarco's realm is not in oblivion. His realm is here, in Aetherius, in Mundus. He can see both sides of the barrier. He knows the squabbles those pathetic fools do. Why don't you go and check Fennec's office? The truth will be laid out there. I promise no traps. Just some important information removed other than his journal. I encourage you to read it. And from that, you're shunted back in your body.
Yeah, I probably
they're
should
back.
continue.
They're back.
So it sounds like it went great.
It went fantastic.
I don't know how
I can't wait to do it to the rest of you.
I don't know how to feel about this, guys.
I was listening on stream and I feel like I regret it because I feel like I got splash mental damage.
It's true, you guys could totally watch it on stream.
I will not.
I gotta say, I'm sorry.
I am fucking terrified. It finally happened to me. I'm trying to hand it back, but I can't. Oh shit.
It is the refined version of the nightmare sequences I gave Sunday and Monday game.
Oh god. So question, Soul. Do I still stay exhausted or do I remove an exhaustion
Yep.
point? Fuck!
Now you know how I feel.
Shut up.
You are still -2. because that you guys watch as you come closer to morning and you all start slowly waking, except Feldrin because he got high last night, so he's like face down in the pillow, drool, snoring.
Fucking real.
But the rest of you start seeing Farron, especially you start feeling him twitch in his sleep. Just slight twitches to the limbs. And then a serious, angry look on his face. And then he just snaps awake.
Whoa, it's okay. I'm here.
Fear's the mind killer. And he just repeats the mantra. He's like clutching
Feldrin.
He's like clutching his amulet specifically. As he's like focused in on like the foot of the bed. He's not even looking at you.
Aaron's gonna try to like put a hand on his back.
He recoils and then he looks at you as he finishes.
It's okay.
And then he finishes like the actual last bit because my brain cannot fucking remember. I'm sorry, Nox.
Just look it up.
Yeah. I have like 5 windows open, okay?
That's not my issue.
You could have.
That is a you problem. I can't wait until the others hear what you had. That's gonna be fun.
Going on to blood. Does that really work?
Finishes by saying, "Only I will remain." And then he looks at Farron. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna make it work. Don't really have anything else. Dad. He was in my head. It wasn't just him. It was him, Cylinder, Araclane. He gave me this vision like I was dreaming. I was back home. It wasn't even 2:05, it was 2:03. Things were different. I saw my fiancée. She was beautiful as ever. It was just a simple dinner. Talking about things, past, bygones, making small talk, and then Araclane appeared. Talked about this dream, and like it was a dream, everything that's happened, and then it all shifted. Manamarco called himself Varelian. He's under the guise of some potential aid for Cylinder. I don't even think that matters. And then he looks over to the rest of the party to see if they are looking at him. Because he's talking like relatively room volume.
Not looking, but clearly listening.
And he looks back to Farron, but then just back to where the foot of the bed is. Tried to make me an offer. Tried to tempt me to take off the amulet to show where I was. Oraclane said he wanted to make me a revenant.
I see.
He scoffs. Said he killed my fucking fiance just for leverage. Said he actually cares. And Soul, for my knowledge, does it, if I, from passive insight for Araclane, did it sound and look like he was being sincere, or that he was like fibbing a bit about like caring?
No, he was being sincere about everything he said.
Did you believe him?
He looks down. It wasn't the fact if I believed him or not. He was telling the truth. Even if he didn't care, even if he was saying that it's all just for some ploy, he did say he truly wanted to make me a revenant, to make me his apprentice, to make me immortal. But what concerned me more than anything else wasn't the deal. And then he looks towards Alira. He knows we're going there. They all do. To Fenix Estate.
They were all being sincere about that as well.
They want us to go there. They want me to look at his documents. I wouldn't be surprised if Fennec wants you to look at his documents. And they said that there's no trap. There's nothing there waiting for us to think. I don't want to believe them, but out of all the times that I've seen Araclane lie, I've seen Manamarco lie, I've heard Silenir make his promise, it felt like that. They meant what they said, and they said what they meant.
As she's looking at Talzin, her face goes from concern to confusion as he's saying, like, that they want them to see the stuff. She's just like, but that doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
The king said that.
Go.
What could they gain from us seeing that? Unless it is a trap.
He raises his hand.
Keep in mind, they don't know that you're in Wayrest right now. They're just telling you to go there. So they don't know how long it'll take you to get there. So just basing it off of that it could take you a day, maybe days, because for all Manamarco knows, after he chased you out of Scourge Barrow and lost you, you could have gone back toward Daggerfall. He doesn't know where you went.
Could I kind of pick up on that with keen mind?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that there's likely no trap, purely because of the fact they don't know where you are.
He rubs his beard, feeling that he actually has a beard again. Thank God. Rugged man. He shakes his head. No. That doesn't make any sense. They don't know we're here. It doesn't make any logical sense that they know we're directly in Wayrest, but they know we're in High Rock. That's why they made the assumption. It's a good assumption.
And they were all three of them being very sincere, despite, like, the really creepy grin on Manamarco's face.
His face is always like that.
Mhm.
Tiny raises his hand as the two of them are talking. I have a question.
Go ahead.
One, do you need water or something like that's a horrible way to wake up and sleep through, but like, do you need anything first?
Is I'm assuming that I put the alchemy jug like on the nightstand.
Yeah.
He puts a hand up to Thribby, and he looks over to the alchemy jug. Black, elsewhere spiced coffee, please.
Farron chuckles.
Well, the other thing, he looks at Glare for kind of like to see if he's gonna do this right. He's like, I don't, yeah, I don't know if this analogy works, but you don't put like a bear trap in the woods and then just walk away. So you would come back and check it. So if they're saying there is no trap there, is it just because they don't think we would have found it, but then you're saying they want us to find it? So is it, if there is a trap, is it a trap hiding in a trap, or is it not physical? And then like his brain starts hurting, and it's like the he's like trying to figure out how to say this. He's like, wait,
Taliesin, with your keen mind and remembering this dream vividly and clearly, the sincerity in Araclane's voice also leads you to believe it's not trapped. They're just like, yeah, we want you to find out. We want you to find out our reasoning.
He shakes his head as he looks at Thribby, and then to Glarior as he's asking this to Glarior. I don't mean to intrude that thought, but it's not a trap. They're trying to convince us of something.
Desperation or
I don't know. It's all in
that.
It's all in that manner.
And then Tiny's just like, oh, that makes sense then. That's the trap. It's not up physical. It's like how you had a nightmare. It's bothering you. And then he looks to Alera. Remember when we saw Fuckface the last time? And you used a spell and he said yes, just like me. So I think it's like when we had those visions the last time where they just want us to be like them, and then we give up. We joined them. Prophecy failed. We have lost. So I don't know if it's safe for us to once you open a book and read it, you can't close the book. Well, I can easily forget things, but you guys wouldn't be able to forget things. So
truly an amazing superpower.
Thanks.
He rubs a hand on his face. I understand,
but right, like,
Thribby. Trust me. But in this case, as much as I don't want to myself, all knowledge at this point is valuable, even if it's being handed directly to us.
It's also a case of like Inigo Montoya going, you keep saying that word. I don't think you know. You think it means what you think it means. You keep saying trap, but it's clearly not a trap.
It's
well, he's thinking like bear trap, like, or the fireball where they get hurt. But then he's like, oh wait, Taliesin just got fucked with a nightmare. Maybe there's a psychic part to this. It's the mental damage that he's now thinking of.
The only trap that's really laid is the one that was on me after I got fucking knocked on the head by Manamarco.
Also, Taliesin, your head is not hurting anymore.
Odd. Doesn't hurt.
Well, I mean,
Can Illyria take a look at the gash, or I guess the blunt force trauma spot on his head?
He'd
It's
allow
not
it.
there.
It's not. It's just gone.
It's just gone.
Like she had lesser restoration ready. She was going to do her thing.
Sometimes I
ball.
love being a DM.
Blue ball.
She's just like,
Well, I couldn't give it away. Oh yeah, once he has this nightmare, it's gonna go away. That wouldn't be fun.
wait, your head.
What? Is it bad?
She's just like rifling through your hair, just like isn't it? Is she looking at the wrong spot?
He's already
your
gonna
words.
start
Did you like pick
reciting
it
the
through your
fear.
hair?
He's already
Use
reciting
your
the
words,
fear
Lyra.
again.
It's just gone.
It's not here.
I will
Oh.
What?
what?
Like gone?
Allison, did you get super speed for healing? Like,
He takes his glove off to feel like where the bump would be.
Not there.
It's like patting his head frantically.
You're just patting your head.
Yeah, Farron's gonna dash over there and take a look as well.
Not there.
are we all just like
well,
monkeys
I'll
at the zoo
be.
checking his hair?
Oh, even Feldrin's just like, what are we looking at?
Oh.
What are we looking at? He healed your head. How nice.
He has it's like a very disgusted look on his face.
It's all gone. Not even any of the black markings.
It's because he healed it, didn't he?
Oh, how nice of him.
To further entice me.
Illyria just has a deep frown.
What was that noise in the background?
What?
You're like a bang.
Oh, that was my phone's notification. That's the exotic sound from Destiny 2. I want to change it, but Zedge isn't
Amazing.
working for me right now.
The stakes are high.
Thought you heard the oven, and I was like, wait, I thought I muted myself. 'Cause I also made a bang at the same time. Same time.
Yeah, Zedge isn't working anymore. It just says Zedge servers cannot be reached.
And
Go ahead.
I was to say, Illyria sighs and just looks to Tiny and says, Allison has a point. We don't really have much of a choice at this point.
He
And
kind of
it's
just
what we
sighs.
came here to do.
He sighs. We always have a choice, but I understand that the possible knowledge we could gain maybe
If this makes a difference between us beating Manimarco or not, then it's worth it.
he kind of stops. I understand. I won't stand in your way.
Taliesin stands up. He's like buttoning up his shirt, and he looks to Glarior. As the resident forbidden knowledge expert, do you have any thoughts on this? Everything I said?
From what Taliesin has said, can Glarior infer that they were being sincere?
Yeah.
Okay. He has looked thoughtful. Sorry, someone texted me. I don't know. Grim. Okay. He's been looking like away. Specifically at his backpack with all the fucking black books in it. And it takes him a bit before he tears his gaze back over to Talazon.
And you trust their word? That all they said was true?
He shakes his head. Not entirely, but I've seen them enticed before. Selenir, I've seen Araclane lie. And Manamarco is just... ugh. But...
Just ew.
But when I mean that despite the... I guess depravity is the best word. The emotions, the meanings... I have not had a more honest conversation.
He tilts his head to one side.
I believe in this case, it is honesty without kindness.
He nods. The honesty comes with trying to entice me, you, Alira, everyone.
Maybe. That is always a possibility and never one we can ignore. But I would like to believe.
No, he doesn't say that.
I believe that if they were going to entice us, they would not do it in a group. They would have told you to come. Not all of us. Just you. A personal thing. Something to tie you to Manamark.
He nods.
If this is a ploy to get your loyalty, it will not work well, and I know they are smarter than that. Regardless, we should go. We need to know all we can, even if there is something waiting at the Adamantine Tower. Even if there is something waiting anywhere. Is the gain of knowledge not worth it?
He nods. He smirks a bit. Anything that gives us an upper hand or just lets us in the know of something is worth it. Even if the source is questionable.
Yeah, I'm mad.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'm man.
I am man.
I am mad.
I am man.
Oh god, I gotta mute my mic. I'm gonna get the stream DMCA'd from my roommate in the shower.
Whoa, too hot for Twitch.
Yeah, even more fucking reason for Glarior to hate Talazon is if this goes poorly.
As if he needed more reasons.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. I just ran across a meme myself. Gen Z humor, skibbity. Millennial humor, I have depression. Boomer humor, I hate my wife.
Caldron moment.
I'm depressed.
All three somehow.
Wait,
Yeah.
Caldron's all three somehow?
All three.
Alright.
No, she's not your wife anymore. You got exiled and promptly divorced
Yeah.
by the king.
It turned into I hate my ex-wife.
Okay, well, Feldrin, are you going to come with us, or you have other plans in the city? Hello,
Huh?
Feldrin.
Eldrin.
Veldrin.
Alright.
He's asleep. You have
Oh.
to wake
Fresh
him up.
out.
He's still
just look-
out. He slept
Tiny looks
through
over, then it's
all
like-
of this.
You
It's
just,
like, oh, never mind. He's fine.
you're asking the question. He's like,
Sounds like my dad.
Well, all right. Where to? Do we have a destination, or do we know exactly where we're going?
I have an idea based on what Emmerich described. He mentioned so many fucking names were said. Hold on, my brain. Phoenix Hold Manor. Blue and gold. Has lion insignias on it. The old covenant, I believe.
Okay. Then we don't need to prepare. We probably, like Fenix, or not Fenix, sorry, like Feldrin said, we probably should just get this done and get out, or get this done and then move to the next
Aye.
to do.
We don't have anything, and this is all we got, so it's the best thing forward.
Well, okay,
Yep,
so
might
we're
as
not
well.
going to the tower after this. Or are we trying to get to the tower after this?
I'm
Or are
not
we
sure.
going back to chasing orbs?
He looks at the group.
Veldrin did say he would keep an eye on the tower.
Taliesin rephrases that.
Keep an eye on it, but not go there right now.
Yeah.
But we're so
Well-
close to it.
I mean,
Nuh-uh.
it happens. It's, oh no, quest failed.
No, not quest failed. It's just delayed.
Yeah. Oh, sorry,
It's
there's an
DM's
invisible,
way of saying I wouldn't go there yet.
there's an invisible
Go do
wall
something else.
stopping me.
Level up a couple times and come back.
Sounds like my parents.
Taliesin speaks up when Thribby says that, and he does look to the group. Well, I for one suggest that we continue getting the orbs first, because those are a major priority, and we can't have those going into Mana Marco's hands, because that means
Okay.
we lose. Period.
Okay, sounds good. I'll probably check in with you like at the end of the day, see if anything has changed. But okay.
Of course.
Can I run down real quick and ask the innkeeper if he has any just food on hand?
He motions to the bubbling pot and sets out some bowls. How many bowls you want?
7.
Sets out 7 bowls. Help
Okay.
yourself. Please don't eat straight out of the pot.
Yeah. He's just like, how much is it? Or does it come with the room?
Comes with the room, the first bowl.
Tiny puts a silver on the table. He's like, thank you.
Takes the silver.
He's then gonna
Continues
just
flipping through his copy of Black Horse Courier.
he's just gonna like bring bowls up to people, like however many he can carry without them falling. And he did get 7 because he's eating 2 bowls. That's just where that was from.
Oh, you didn't get Feldrin a bowl. How lovely. Wow.
He's sleeping.
You could wake him up. It's not like he's sleepwalking.
Okay, fine. 8 bowls. He grabs another one and puts it next to his nightstand for when he
Okay.
wakes up.
He's gonna smell the porridge like he's Garfield or something.
Tiny comes up, he's
Okay.
like, okay, here's food, and then he just leaves and keeps bringing back more bowls, like, as people are talking.
Slow down. It's early in the morning.
Well,
Lasagna.
Lasagna.
Saga.
I
Well,
lost, like, half the conversation, Farron, so I kind of just was like, I'm just gonna get food for everyone instead. So, like, toward the end of that conversation, there's now, like, bowls of food in everyone's hand.
Yeah, and eventually, like, Feldrin does smell the bowl of stew, and he just slowly sets up. His hair is a mess, and he just starts lazily eating it. You know,
Karen
like that,
watches.
like I'm very hungover sort of eating.
Yeah.
Karen watches just like in total disbelief.
Well, she was unable to use lesser restoration on Taliesin, but she is gonna come over and slap his shoulder and give him a lesser restoration to help with the hangover.
He blinks a few times and it clears from his head. Can't I eat stew in peace?
I
Made hot stew
That's
go
why you
down the
don't-
wrong side of my throat.
That's why you don't meet your heroes, kids.
Does he say that out loud?
Under his breath.
Oh, look at that. Your hero is a complete fucking normal person, just with immortality and trauma.
I wouldn't say that's normal, but alright.
Look, he fights his trauma with drugs, okay?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily classify that as normal.
Yeah, a lot of people fight their trauma with drugs. Doesn't mean it's
Understandable,
right.
perhaps.
Taliesin
Doesn't mean it's right, but
Taliesin goes over to Feldrin and like sits on the side of the bed to like not take it up. And he basically was like, "Are you awake enough to comprehend stuff?"
yeah, I suppose she cured me of my hangover.
Good. I got a vision from Manamarco.
Oh, lovely. Does he know where we are?
No. You can thank
Good,
this
the
for
spell
that.
worked.
Well, you can also thank this, and he taps his necklace.
That too, but extra layer doesn't hurt.
Aye. And he then just like gives like a brief, more calm retelling of what happened and what their plan is. Like what the group's plan is, I should say.
I'll keep an eye on the tower. You go do that.
Right. And if we do come back, I do want to have a conversation with you in private. If you have the time.
Of course. Is this going to be an intervention? Because
No.
people have tried that before.
I can assure you, Taliesin
Namely, his wife and his son. It
Taliesin
didn't work.
does not care about Feldrin's drug addiction.
Speaking of, did my father make it to Monold?
Yeah, he did. He's currently staying at House Telvanni.
Alright. If it works, it works, I guess. He says a little concerned.
Oh, I wouldn't be concerned. They're powerful mages there. There's two of them, after all.
He's concerned about Neloth.
Powerful and insane.
One of them. But they're not there, so it's a good thing.
I'll just have to take your word for it.
Well, I'd get going.
Aye.
I'm gonna finish this. He continues eating his stew.
Any other things that we need to discuss or we're ready to go?
I have nothing to discuss. You good?
I'm ready whenever you guys are.
He gently pats Feldrin on the thigh. Not you, mate. You're fine.
No, he's asking if you're good.
Oh, me. He gives a weak grin. I'll be fine.
Good. Don't let him get to you. He's trying to get under your skin. Trust me, Dagoth tried some of that shit. There was this one about a fucking wedding.
He
This was
frowns.
really fucking creepy. I was surrounded by dead. Walking arm in arm with Dagoth.
What?
Yuck.
I've had nightmares too.
I see. Well, that's when he stands up and awkwardly moves over to the door.
Like, that's a fucking weird nightmare.
It's like, that sucks, man, but this is not the time for that. We can trauma bond later. Oh, I gotta fucking...
All right. You guys finish up your bowls of stew, and you head on out toward the Noble District, looking for the door described. And after going down a few of the windy circular streets, why the fuck they designed way rests like that in ESO? God fucking damn it. You do eventually find a house with a dark blue door with a lion knocker on the front in gold.
Investigation check on the door.
Okay, go ahead.
And he's gonna pat Farron. Let's do the thing. I'll help you out with it.
All right.
Actually, can I do the help action on Farron so he gets advantage?
Sure.
Sick. I'll do
Wag.
that instead.
29. It's a locked door, but there's no traps on it.
No mundane traps by the look of it.
Well, that's good. He looks over to Alira. Immediately.
You don't sense any magic.
Should I crack it open?
Seems clear.
When Alira gives the all clear, he nods.
All right.
Door does unlock with very little trouble. You basically use that lockpick exploit that's in Oblivion Remastered. You just hold the W key and just...
Farron has lockpick security at 100.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Dun.
This is all he's good for, apparently.
Oh my
Aw.
god, you stop being petty.
But it's fun.
Look, you made the fucking character. If you didn't want him to be a lockpick junkie, you should have made a fucking monk.
Oh no, that's why I did it. I love unlocking doors.
But monk's forbidden.
No, it's
I'm
not
not gonna play
forbidden.
I'm not gonna play
Monks are
another
not
monk.
forbidden. You're just kind of restricted as to where your monastery is from.
I'm not playing another monk. I've played like so many monks in
You
D&D
played, like,
lately. I'm getting sick of it.
fucking
Fucking
dog.
love monks, man.
Too much. Too much.
I'm gonna make my Saturday DM fucking hate me and make another monk after my changeling gunslinger. She's gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Man, I'm a cleric, man. I've been going through cleric withdrawal for like ages now.
Oh, got campaign 2 coming up. You could do that.
Oh, praise
Anyways.
the sun.
Praise the sun. Anyways. And the door swings open, and a lot of the stuff looks dusty inside. You could see a few cobwebs. It's almost like he hasn't been there since he stabbed Arin.
Well, at least the intel about this being abandoned for the most part is true. Let's take a thorough look around, make sure we don't miss anything.
Okay, roll investigation checks as you look around.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I'm not looking to find things, but I'm just looking for like traps or things coming out of the walls or attacking us, is that still investigation or perception? Like,
It's still investigation. Perception is for like seeing things in general, like cursory glances. But when you're looking for specific things like traps, it's investigation.
Yeah, anything that's
Okay.
detailed.
You're not doing a cursory glance, you're looking for detail.
Okay.
If it also helps, perception is like all the senses too.
Well, I mean,
It's-
because I was thinking like Tiny's not like hands and knees looking, like everyone, he's kind of just staying back, like watching from the outside.
But you're still looking for traps, you're
Right.
looking for detail, it is investigation.
Okay, cool.
You do not see any traps. Lyra, you're just like, oh god, this is Fennec's home. It looks so normal.
She just feels her chest tighten a bit with apprehension. Bit distracted.
You've seen this place before, correct? You wrote that in your background that you've seen Gerard's place before?
She would have heard stories from him, but probably not in person.
You recall he mentioned a book nook. There is one off to the side
She would
with a
have been
comfortable looking chase lounge.
very jealous of that. And yeah, she's remembering that as she like looks over there.
And
Not
you
really
do notice,
investigating.
yeah, you do notice some like spots where books sat are missing. Taliesin, you're the one that's really paying attention. After that dream, you just got drive for this whole thing. You are starting to look around. You do find a couple doors in the back. This is not a very big house. He apparently likes to keep his home small because he's modest. It is modestly decorated. You do see some trophies that are interesting. They're like mounted heads. It's basically the Undaunted trophies from some of the dungeons.
Ha ha. Is there Fungal Grotto in there? Fungal Grotto 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fungal Grotto 1 is there. And you are looking these things over and you look through and you do open one of the doors and it is to a bedroom. The bed is made a little dusty. And then you open the other door next to it and it is to an office. And the chair is pulled out, but everything is dusty. And you do see 3 books on the table. A quill, opened, dried inkwell, and a couple blank pieces of parchment.
As he's looking over this, he notices the books in particular. Then the gaze is drawn to like the blank pieces of parchment and the dried inkwell. And he brushes them off gently to like get a good. As he casts prestidigitation, just make sure he doesn't fuck anything up.
Yeah, and you do that, and the first 2 books are general knowledge on the Oblivion Crisis and the Plane Meld. And the penners of that are both from the 3rd era. Or the one on the Oblivion Crisis was from the early 4th era, like around 4E21. And one is from mid to late 2nd era, like around 625. And they're both Breton names. They're both male Breton names. It is, with your level of intelligence, you can kind of surmise that this is probably his alternate names from those points in history.
I see.
And he's basically describing the plane meld from like the point of view of those heroes, almost like those heroes were interviewed for this biography. And as you flip through, you do see some accounts from like Kurgan, Osselina, and Finnick, which would make this more of an autobiography, obviously.
Right.
And then when you get to the Oblivion Crisis one, you're flipping through that and you get toward the end, you do see an author's note that says getting this information from the libraries was difficult, as those within the Mages Guild who have interviewed Lynette have noted she was starting to become less and less lucid over time, almost like she was losing her mind. And you do see, and inside are like sketches of like inside Oblivion Gates. Sketches of Lost Echo Cave where she fought Manamarco. The soul gem that Hannibal Traven's soul was put into, that sort of stuff. Each of these do have sketches. The Amulet of Kings, Martin's Septum. A sketch of the Amulet of Kings is in both books, actually. But it just basically goes into some details on both crises and how Akatosh didn't intervene until the end. And on the third book, you open it, and it does say Fennec, penned by Fennec Merced. But the date was this month.
At the mention, after like skimming through,
the month that this all began, and a few months before that. It's within the range of a year.
Okay, gotcha. Because Taliesin with Keen Mind would be a speed reader. He's like flipping through it, like going through the important parts, finding them. Goes to the second book. This probably takes about like 5 minutes. And then he finds the new one that's penned, and that's when he calls Alira. Alira, you might want to come take a look at this.
She's
dead.
She's AFK, and Nox just got back.
Oh God, just when we needed her.
So...
Look, if we talk shit about her for like the next 5 minutes, she'll eventually come back.
Wow.
I could do that.
So...
You assume that I could talk shit about Thorn. Hi.
For real.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh no, don't worry. We were just talking shit about you.
No.
I did have a headset on.
Really me.
Yeah, shit.
Points at soul only.
Walk over to her and called her over. Over from the book nook.
The book nook.
Book nook. Bro, she would have been so jealous of that growing up.
Jealous, then you realize what kind of person he's like. Angie.
Yeah. What is it? Did you find something?
This is also going to technically act as a recount for Nox. He nods. I found, I think, the autobiographies and memoirs of Fennec's travels during the second, third, and this era. He points to the 2 books he read first that are now cleaned off. This one's second. He mentions, what was the elven hero's name again? Osselina?
Osselina Adair.
He mentions Osselina and Kurgan in this one, and he also writes about himself, like the interviews. In this one, he talks about great detail of the Oblivion Crisis in the Third Era, and even mentions about Lynette, or, well, Sheogorath now. And goes into great detail about someone named Archmain Hannibal Traven, fighting Manamarco, soul gems. He shows her the illustrations. Martin's Septum, the Amulet of Kings. That was in both books, actually.
It
And then-
is quite detailed. It's more detailed than anything you would find in the Imperial Library or First Edition books.
And then he
First
goes back.
edition.
As she's looking it over, she kind of has a face of like, this is impressive, but she's trying not to show it on her face.
Then he goes to the final part where he saw the note on Lynette. Mentioned something about Lynette going insane, becoming less lucid. And after I read that, didn't take too terribly long. There was this, and this was roughly last month-ish.
You would look at it, Alira, and you know how Fennec / Gerard would close out his writings is he would put the finishing date in the book. So this could have been written over a course of time like the other two books clearly were. And then the finishing date put in the book.
She sees the date and shakes her
First seed 9.
First seed, it's so earlier that year.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd shake her head. If this is anything like what Gerard would write, then this is the date that he ended this book on.
Taliesin peers
Any
at
of
it
these books.
closer. Good.
It would have been written over a course of who knows how long.
Pardon me, not first seed 9, first seed 19. My bad.
Quickly edits.
I missed a 1. Yeah, the Fennec just leans over your shoulder. Sorry, made a mistake. Adds a 1. Leaves.
Where the fuck did he come from?
Everywhere.
He then, like, seeing where it's finished, he flips through the book with Alira.
Most of it is just like mild notes on goings on around Wayrest. But there are a few pages that do tend to stand out, and that is pages 5, 22, and 45. They tend to stand out the most. And I will copy URL.
She wrote the actual full book in a document. That's crazy. All full books.
Well, not the full book, just like 4 pages. I'm not writing a whole ass book.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, that'd take too much fucking time. No, thank you. I just wrote the important pages.
Imagine a DM like actually writing a full ass book just to find this and have the players read
Hats
it over.
off to them. Holy shit.
That'd be insane.
I got 3 D&D games to run and a TTRPG to write. You think I got time for that shit?
Yeah, totally.
If you want, I will read it out loud as well, because I do know some of you homebrewery is kind of fucky, to put it lightly.
Only if you do it in Fennec's voice.
At me.
Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh god.
It's fun that way.
Same Nox. Same.
Nox just kind of crying inside.
Yeah.
Page 5. As you flip through, you get to page 5, and this is clearly an earlier writing. The ink is older and more dried. Fennec was right. Or is right. He has always been right since the day I met him during the Plain Melt. The Daedric princes, the gods, all of them act in selfishness and greed. The gods only act and show their faces when it suits them, when they are at risk. They only provide power when their existence is on the line. Never just for mortals or their safety. Mortal kind, we put our lives on the line constantly for Nirn, for existence. The Oblivion Crisis was proof of that. Akatosh only ever showed up at the finish line when Mehrunes broke through and walked Tamriel. He could have shown up before and fixed it. He could have put a stop to Kavach being destroyed and saved the Amulet of Kings from being stolen after the death of Uriel's septum. Did he? No. He sat on his laurels, on his divine body, and waited. Waited until countless people across Nirn died and left one solitary, ordinary woman to do everything, as well as sacrifice the last of the septum line. You know what that wrought? War, destruction, discourse, the Aldmeri Dominion and their oppression. They murdered children, innocents in the streets, and somehow Akatosh feels that's all right. A worthy sacrifice. Children, a worthy sacrifice. The gods, they are worthless cowards. The Daedric princes are selfish. Mannimarco is as well, but at least he knows what it's like to be mortal and at the whim of the gods and Daedric princes. He experienced that pain firsthand when I freed him from Molag Bal. Probably the best decision I ever made in my long life. Bal wants to enslave and dominate, turn every mortal soul to a soul shriven. Harvest their souls for power and magic. He is greedy for the animus. Dagon wishes to lay waste all of Tamriel in the short-lived rush of destruction and decimation, to take the realm as his own, as he did with Deadlight. Meridia acts the ally, but she is not. I see her for what she truly is. I met her face to face. I saw that desire behind her eyes, biding time. She's patient, but I know what she really is. I saw it in the clues she left behind with the alien. Mora, he used to care somewhat for Tamriel. Slowly he has grown more and more greedy and obsessive over time. Falnir told me what he does to his faithful followers, the pain and its discomfort to keep them in line. Start them young on what is abnormal, to experience from a young age that way when a follower of his falls away they are cut off briefly and experience a sense of normalcy that in itself is abnormal to them. He already lays claim to most of the changelings, despite their raw power and their disconnection from any god. He's a manipulator, he's perverted, selfish, and cruel. He is not who he once was. Nocturnal plays the harsh mother, caring from a distance, but she would love nothing more than to make all of mortalkind part of her shade army through the Nightingales, working off their power she gives, and when in reality she keeps feeding her followers that power even after death, and locks them into eternal servitude, and you best not betray her, or else. Some of the other princes are honest in their nature, but no matter what, they see mortals as toys to be broken and thrown away, discarded like trash once they ran their usefulness. Mannimarco is selfish, greedy for power and control, but I have seen the real him. He does listen. He desires free thought and freedom for profane magic to flourish. It's in his nature to have that happen now. He does murder those who oppose him. Yes. I'm not saying he is kind, far from it. His heart died when Vanis called him a monster that needed to be killed. But he at least sees mortals as valuable and worth something. Any reactions to that page?
I think it's when the two parts where he cringes is when Nocturnal comes up, where it says that she wants to make Mortalkind part of her Shade Army through Nightingales, and then he like pauses before he continues. He's just making a very weird face. But when the part with Mora came up, he did kind of catch his breath when Falnir was mentioned.
And the whole fact that he forces his followers to feel things that are not technically normal for their entire life, and if they fall away, remove that so the normalcy that everybody else feels is abnormal.
I think he would probably glance over where Glarior was after he read that paragraph.
Kind of
He's
like a
reading this
torture
out loud,
aspect.
right?
He
Or is he not reading that?
he wouldn't be reading this out loud. He would be reading this with Alira just quietly.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think they'd read it out loud.
He's like, okay.
Fine, I don't get to hear my character
Fine.
mentioned.
It would be like,
Glarior, do you
Not
see him looking?
distinctly mentioned, just mentioned what Falnir told him.
yeah, it would be
Because I'm going off of what Falnir experienced in when we interacted in ESO. That too. That's a sense of abnormalcy removed. So
God, fuck.
it would be a very like I don't think it would be enough because Talzin would be doing a subtle glance, which
Yeah, no, he
passive
does not do
deception's
that.
a 19, so I'm sorry.
He is. Oh shit! I. Sorry, Wave. I came up with a response in my head and forgot to write it down.
It's fine. I was like, Tiny's probably bothering Glarior right now. That's why he doesn't hear this.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just
it's-
not paying attention.
Tiny's like, but Glarior, Glarior, hey.
hey, listen, hey,
hey,
listen.
listen! Hey, listen!
But it's just this deep Nord voice. Hey, listen,
Hey,
listen, hey.
No, it's Navi after chain smoking for 20 years. Hey, listen, sweetheart.
He would not call Glarior a sweetheart.
Hey, listen. Anyways, moving on. You read that
You would-
further. Yeah, sorry, go.
I was gonna say, at the Mora part, girl did a 1d2 see if she would have glanced at Galarier because she's got no chill. And unfortunately, yes, she did. So here's
They are
that deception.
kindred. They are fucking kindred, bro.
You told her about the voices!
Both at the same time look up from the book and look at Clarior.
Oh,
Oh,
Ooh.
I see you.
doesn't
I
notice
see.
Talzin notices the woman.
Talzin's always
woman.
like glancing at him. When Alira looks at him, there's an issue.
Francis looks down
Mhm.
again.
Glarior, I feel like Glarior sees her look at him, catches her gaze, and just stares at her, even though she looks away.
Yeah, I feel like when you like make eye contact, she like does look away abruptly because that totally makes it look like you weren't looking at them.
Just like,
Mhm.
Yes.
I wasn't.
And the rest of it is just deeper detail on why he feels the way he feels. Like, it goes into detail on when his trust in the gods fell away, and that was after he used the Amulet of Kings to beat back Molag Bal in Cold Harbor. That is mentioned. And it was about the time he started talking to Manamarco and checking in on him, because it does sincerely say that the way he found Manamarco was deeply concerning, so he went to check on him and make sure he was okay. And that's when they started talking. And about that time, he started really thinking on the gods. And what you know now and what this says looking down at your vestige, the gods' lives are on the line. And they're providing power. But they haven't physically made an appearance on Tamriel. They've just given power to mortals. You guys are putting your lives on the line for the gods. So his rationality does make sense, but it is full of bitterness. It is full of hundreds of years of having to deal with that trauma over and over and over again. Yeah, so I'm replying to him. Okay. And you eventually get to page 22 after a long, dissertation on how the gods have affected his life and his thinking on the gods. And it gets to this. And it seems a little bit more sentimentally written. For hundreds of years, I have watched my bloodline, from my daughter to now Alira, to make sure I kept the promise to protect. What sort of sad, disgusting twist is it that now she's wrapped up in prophecy like I was so long ago? She'll suffer the same as I did, and eventually she'll have to come to the same choice I did. I'm of two minds when it comes to her following my path. One, she reminds me so much of my own daughter. Brilliant, kind, talented, but at the same time, if she were to follow, I would want to guide her through this new, safer world I am building. Manamarco worries about her unlocking her grandfather's book, and what she will find inside. But I, for one, am rooting for her. I did tell him it will show how powerful she is as a mage, that she will fall into her beliefs of might makes right. But he seems to think that even with her touching into necromancy, she will use all that knowledge that is locked away to stop us. If she does, so be it. She has chosen her path the same way I've chosen mine, and I won't hold it against her. No matter what path she chooses, whether it is with or against us, I will still be proud. Aw. It also kind of showcases that he's not crazy at all. He is completely rational in every single one of his decisions. And he truly wants the best for Tamriel. And it continues. There's like a whole new paragraph separated. All this cycle of destruction, war, and innocence dying has to end. And it will. I'll make sure of it. One final act. One final display of power, and Alir won't suffer the way I did countless other Doom-driven did. The Nerevarine and Dragonborn are fucked up nearly the same as Ocelina and Kurgan and I was. One lost to drugs and alcohol from abuse and being forced into a prophecy by the hands of the Septum bloodline, and the other left stumbling in the dark during a war and a crumbling empire, too wrapped up in itself to even look at the skies and find the Dragonborn to help her. It mirrors so much of Ocelina and Kurgan. He went to drink every night, and she was lost in her own head from trauma. I hated seeing their suffering. I hated what I had to do so they didn't suffer more and watch me become a lich. I knew it would kill them to fight me. Even Kurgan would have picked up his axe in his old age. He did always say I went to extremes in situations, and he was right. I always did, but I don't regret any of my choices. I know my choices are not the kindest or easiest to make, but it had to be made. The cycle needs to stop, and it will with Manamarco and my plan. He is already partway there, not much longer, and he'll walk Tamriel again, and will enact the final part. There are no more fighting over gods, no more destructive and cruel princes, just a united Nirn. All wars and suffering stopped. Oof.
I'd like to think that at this point, because of what he heard, Taliesin starts sweating. Like, nervously.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think
Further-
her fist over her chest is just like clenched so tight, like you can see the whites on her knuckles.
He puts a hand and quietly whispers her, "Do you want to keep reading this?"
She gives a sharp exhale and nods.
Very well. And then he starts
From
flipping
here?
the pages.
Yeah, from here, there's like a chunk of pages ripped out. Safe to assume that goes further into the plans that were mentioned on that page. And it was removed so you guys wouldn't find out, which you did because you found the one place that they were at.
Oh yeah, the ripped out pages. Nice. Cool.
Yeah. And so the next page is like page 35. Why do I still care about them? I cheer them on, but at the same time, desire to stop them in what they're doing. I don't know how else to tell Lyra and her friends that all I seek is to end the death and suffering that the gods and princes have brought on Nirn. I need to explain it somehow, a way to show them the truth that the lies and damage the Aedra bring. Alira is in town. Maybe after we talk for a bit, I can gently guide her into the truth of this cruel world and the gods. It will be difficult. She has been raised to follow Zenithar, the god of greed. I think first I will tell her of how late Akatosh came to people's rescue over the centuries, then go from there. It's a hard potion to swallow, but the truth is often hard to accept. I just hope she and her friends can. I don't want to kill her. I will do what I need to for all of Tamriel. And if I have to kill her, I'll bury her proper and mourn her as I do with Asalina and Kurgan. What's with all the pinging, okay? Oh, you saw it! Yeah!
I was
You
like,
saw
ooh, what's
the
on this page? And then
69.
I was like, hey, wait a minute.
Son of a bitch.
Nice! Gotcha! So do you continue flipping through the book? Not using above table knowledge.
No. Yeah. He first looks at Alira and basically silently asks her again the same question, like with a subtle nod.
Better to get it all out now. I need to know the truth.
You and me both. And he continues.
You continue to flip through it, and it talks about how he is going to leave your family alone and not harm them or bother them because he does truly care for his descendants. And that has been made 100% clear. And he does care for you like his own daughter, who he probably dearly misses. And then you get to page 69. Nice. And Taliesin, you're not affected because you've already been fucked with in the noodle.
Oh no.
But this is the thing we talked about, Shane.
Yes! Let's go!
So, it flashes in your face to Lyra, and it seems to be only meant for you, and you were pulled into your mind.
Oh,
Nox, please tune in.
And before you are both there and not there. And you're almost like see-through in your vision. You're in this great hall. Shade, I will let you describe what the guild hall looks like. Because she's not in Order of the Divine Aegis.
Okay, so this is like the basically current time RP in ESO, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
A little bit after. It's about the time we talked about.
Yeah. It's like a little like most of what's happened has happened. Fennec's still part of the order as an associate. Okay. So I get the DM. Kinda. It's nice. So when you come to in this vision, you see this large hall inside of a mountain. It's been carved almost perfectly to a point now. You can still see parts of it that are a little jagged. That's part of the mountain face. However, as you continue to look around and travel down this massive hall, you see people walking. And they're all dressed in various different outfits, but they all have this similar tabard on. And it has a blue background with a golden shield on the front and like golden inlays on the sides, the highlights. And many of them are wearing heavy armor. A lot of them are wearing light armor, blues, golds, reds. You see a variety. And then you see this very, very... It's hard to tell what he is. He's walking through the halls at a casual pace. He has a massive greatsword on his back, intricately designed. It's looks to be some kind of steel, but it has engravings on it. It has a blue cloth hilt, golden gold on the sides, and little spots in the middle where that seem to be glowing ever so slightly, showing that it's enchanted. And the more you see of this hall, the more that you see that it seems to be some kind of special group, some kind of organization that Fennec was a part of. You're not sure what, but as you center back on this man, he's very large, but he's not tall. How tall is Alir again? Like 5'6", 5'8"?
She's 5'4".
5'4". Okay, so
Fennec is 5'6" as reference.
So he's slightly taller than you. Not by a lot, but he is large. He is very beefy, even in his armor. He has this chest plate that has the markings of a dragon on it. He has a half robe that is a deep blue with golden embroidery around the sides. He's wearing thick pauldrons that appear to be what you think are lions. And he has this very big helmet with a hood over it. That the inlays on that are silver, but the hood is blue. And his gauntlets are thick and fingerless. He's walking through the halls, and I'm assuming that Fennec is next to him.
No, Fennec is walking from outside the hall and passes through Alira and doesn't pay her any mind. So people around cannot see her.
And
I think her eyes are like darting around, but then like that happens and she like focuses more on Fennec. It's like someone she recognizes.
Looks exactly the same as you remember him.
And you see...
But his skin has a warmer tone, almost like it's not cold.
You would then see this individual, this very thick, heavily armored man, still not sure what the race is because he's completely covered. Hear that brisk walking. As he's walking down a pair of steps, he looks over to Fennec and nods to him. And you hear this
Got a moment.
You hear this deep voice reverberate out. Of course I do. What do you need?
Motions you and nods to your office.
Ah, one of those. Very well. And they walk down this large set of stairs. On either side, you can see several trophies, mostly of Daedra. Their heads, their intricacies, everything about them. And you see a wide variety that some you probably don't even recognize. But then you go out and you enter this library. Very large. The shelves are lined with books. You see several what you can safely assume are mages talking and discussing in several groups around. You see them going and reading in books. You see several of them writing at different desks. And you see in the middle of this library this massive, based what you can feel as a mage, it's a ward. And what you can summarize is like a ward that protects this place from threats, something similar to what Feldrin cast in the inn room. There's crystals floating above it, and it's blue, and it looks almost alien. And this man guides Fennec to this essentially blocked off area that's filled with like a wall, perfectly sculpted to fit the background. He opens the door, and you can pass through the door easily. But as you do, you see this very detailed office with a lot of knickknacks, a lot of papers and books on his desk. He holds the door open for Fennec. Please.
Fennec steps inside.
And as he does, you see the door close behind you, Alira, and the entire wall flashes for a brief moment before it goes back to normal. This man goes around his desk, sits down. What did you need to discuss with me?
And Fennec just starts pacing. He pulls back his hood and down his face mask. Things are starting to happen again.
Go on.
Do you ever wonder why the gods let all this happen?
It's one of these conversations. He then pulls the hood back on his helm, unclips it, takes it off, and you see a dark-skinned Breton man with a well-trimmed beard that goes around his face. You see a eye patch on his left eye, dark and leather, and right side you see a stormy gray eye that's looking at him with intense ferocity, but you see a small smile on this man's face. He has swept back dark brown hair, and despite the fact that he does not look like one, you can tell that he is a Breton. What exactly is on your mind this time about the gods, Fennec?
I've looked into it, like we previously discussed. These times are unprecedented. There has never been so many prophecies at once. And all of them center around myself, Kurgan, and Osalina. Do you know the kind of shit we have been through in the name of the gods? And we don't get so much as a thank you from them?
He looks down in thought and nods. I truly understand the sentiment.
And you could see this intense look on his face. Just this really intense, surefire look. I've looked into it. Not even the Middle Dawn Dragon Break was this bad. The three of us are ran ragged. The gods do nothing as the Daedra continue to walk our realm.
And
Repeatedly. Molek Ball is trying to do shit again.
And we will be there to make sure he doesn't.
And why hasn't Akatosh stopped it? Found a way to keep them from coming onto Tamriel?
I don't
He's
know.
sitting on his laurels again. He only showed up at the finish line when I had to sacrifice one of my friends to channel the power of the Amulet of Kings. I had to sacrifice Valerian Aquilarios, a friend I cared about.
I can't answer that question because I had the same thing happen to me. I've sacrificed so much in the name of Akatosh. You know this.
I do. Why do we have to sacrifice so much? Yet he just sits on his divine body and does absolutely nothing.
I don't know. I really don't.
How's it fair? How's it fair?
It's not. It's never
I've
been
had
fair.
discussions with my friend, my mentor, over all of this, and he agrees with me. He's never mentioned who his mentor is, by the way.
Right.
But I would say you do know at this point in time he is a necromancer.
You mean your necromancer mentor?
Yes. He fully agrees with me.
And he understands that the current threat that we face on Stolstice is going to be quite the endeavor. And that's just putting it lightly.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
I don't have an answer for you, Fennec. All I have is my oath, and that's all I can give you. I will continue to serve my oath. I will continue to sacrifice myself for the name of not them, but for what matters here, what matters now. I've always acted that way. I've always acted with impunity. Whether the gods give a shit about us or not, it does not matter. We are here, we can make a difference, even if they don't.
Then why do you still fight in his name?
I never told you this. It is not in his name that I fight. His oath is merely a construct, a set of rules that anyone can follow, that can bring anyone to a resolution. It is so simple, but with that guide to those that don't think much on it, to those that I teach, to those that I can continue to protect, it helps them come to a realization that they can become more, they can become better than they once were. I don't fight in his name. I fight in the name of the divine Aegis.
Then why call it the divine Aegis? Invoke the gods.
The people need a symbol, Fennec. Even if we both know the gods do not do what we want them to, they do not answer our call. The people need a symbol. They need something that they can see that is above them, and we can represent that. We do it as an act of service. We do it in the name to protect the innocent, to purge the wicked, to help the meek. We do it.
There is another symbol that shows that they're above. It is quite recognizable without being tied to any gods. You know what symbol that is. It just takes one look, and people know. And it strikes fear into the hearts of the enemies of that group.
The large Breton leans back in the chair. He puts a hand to his chin, then motions for Fennec to continue the rhetorical remark.
You know who that group is.
Then tell me.
The Worm Cult.
He immediately shakes his head.
You wonder where Van Scalarian went? Golly's been looking for him.
I have a couple ideas.
This has gotta end. All this fighting in the name of the gods, in the name of the Daedric princes, it's got to stop. And you could see, like, the visible pain on his face, Alira. You do this for my daughter. She's getting married soon. I don't want her to live in a world where Molag Bal's a fucking threat again.
He stands up. He walks around the desk, and he puts a hand on Fennec's shoulder. That is why we are here, my friend.
You're not understanding my offer.
Offer.
My mentor's offering you something. Offering you a chance for you to get your goal. Without having to attach your name to the Divines who don't fucking care.
This worm cult, this mentor of yours, what exactly are you speaking of? Offer? Now he has a concerned look on his face.
Help us end all of this. All this war, this three-band war, the Daedric princes. We're gonna figure out a way to stop them. By any means necessary.
And you said that this is through the worm cult?
And then it hits you as to who his mentor is.
He glares.
I would accept the offer.
You know I can't do that.
He turns and he walks out. And that's where the vision ends.
They're
That's it.
back.
How foolish.
Oh.
Well, that's Krim's back. I don't know if Farron's back yet. No, Farron's still gone.
Oh, we could talk shit about her.
Oh, wait. While she's gone, can I do something I asked a long time ago?
What's that?
Can I look for books that Gloria mentioned on the shelf? I probably won't find it, but gives me a reason to not see this shit happening
Which
behind
books
me.
was that? Because I was really focused on what we were doing.
Sorry.
No, it's so minor. This is important story as you guys actually, so I was just like to keep myself busy. Anything mentioning the divine pattern, no idea what that is, or anything of Aedra or Daedra.
You would find anything that would have mentioned Aedra or Daedra don't exist. It's likely they were removed.
Boo.
Okay, so Tiny is just like pulling books out from the shelf and just can't find anything.
So
Yeah. And about
Gloria
this
was just,
time
like,
that
giving us something
flash
to do.
happens in Alira's face, 1-2 seconds and she's back.
I'm back.
Oh, we were
How
just
fitting.
talking shit about you, don't worry.
Welcome
Oh
back.
yeah, I was there to join you.
Point at self. I'm fine.
Oh, that siren. She's so nice. God damn fucker.
No.
I love her so much. She's such a
What?
great person.
Yeah,
How
what
Can
a
anyone be
bitch.
that nice all the time?
She's so good to me. Like, I'm her boyfriend. That's crazy. Oh my god. No, I'm kidding.
Man, what a horrible person for her being so nice.
Did I do okay, Soul?
Yeah, you did great.
Awesome. Cool.
That's exact. I was actually hoping for more of a drag out yelling fight, but it didn't end that way.
He would have needed to start it. That's how sand
Yeah.
rolls, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I told you to watch.
No, you didn't.
I fucking got dragged before I could.
You didn't tell me anything.
I said,
You
knock
have-
what?
Yeah, it was a vision into the past. The very last time Fennec was seen in the Order of the Divine Aegis. And
Why the
just
fuck did you DM
before
me?
Kurgan
I
and
was
Selena
DMing.
died.
Well, left a secret little
I
kiss mark on
was
Cauldron.
too busy pseudo DMing. I literally couldn't.
So you
For
could
3 seconds, I'm killing you with my hammers.
You can
So
watch it later.
Yeah. So you could probably tell that I am not playing Fennec for this next expansion because he would not go against the Worm Cult. I'm playing Higali.
Is the flash visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's 1-2 seconds and she's back.
Lyra, you're right.
Miss inhales sharply. She pats herself.
And then now you see the words right before the sigil in case I forget. So it was meant as a memory marker for him.
He reads over those words again. Now, having been bamfed in, the second I got to that page. In case I forget. It was so strange. I'm not even sure where I was. But I saw Fennec. It seemed like it was a long time ago. And he was talking to another individual.
What did this individual look like?
He was also a Breton, but burly, wearing heavy armor and a great an enchanted great sword.
Tony
Adjectives.
Brennan. That I'd like to see.
He seemed to be in charge of the place.
A place?
Some sort of order. It was called the Divine Aegis, I think. She's like holding her head.
Roll a history check. Those of you proficient in history.
Man,
It's going to be a difficult roll. This is
Hold on.
going to be a difficult roll.
Okay,
For some reason that
so
name's vaguely
I need
familiar.
to I need to ask you something like just mega important. Hold on.
Message it to me.
I froze my computer. Okay, we're back. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
oh man, I'm halfway at fucking history proficiency. God damn it.
Oh, you put it there. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but roll the history check. Just
Okay.
roll the history check.
Okay.
Man.
Accurate.
This is going to be a hard one.
Yes!
Now remember, natural 20s and natural 1s don't mean automatic success or failure, in my opinion. It is all about the DC. And if you
Yeah.
meet the DC,
I do.
I will say, Glarior, you briefly heard Falnir mumble something about the Order of the Divine Aegis. You don't know any details.
Was it like a fuck those bitches, or was it like a
It was with hate.
uh-oh?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
The spite in
Yeah,
his
this
voice.
This is what I have to DM you about later.
Yeah. As for you, Alira, never heard of it. You would think an order with that many people, that large, carved into a mountainside, would be known. What's your intelligence score at? 5, 20? Correct? Because I see a plus
Yeah.
5 there. You would be able to easily surmise that whatever happened in that conversation between the leader of the Order of Divine Aegis and Fennec went pretty sour eventually. Fennec is still alive. There's a high likelihood he erased the history of the Order of the Divine Aegis at some point.
Ooh, baby.
Man, campaign 3 is going to be a doozy.
Campaign 2, you mean?
What do you mean?
Or are you playing Sand in campaign 3?
The one where the bad timeline happens.
Oh, that's campaign 4.
Okay, so that'd be campaign 4 then.
Mm-hmm.
Campaign 4 is going to be a doozy.
Guys, we're still
Yeah,
on campaign 1.
This shit is a trilogy.
Pace
It
yourself.
has an overarching theme, I promise you.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Pace yourself.
Yes, exactly.
Crash out of the century.
Crash out of the century, indeed.
Like crash out of the millennia.
Yeah, centuries plural because it was 2E. So that's like
Yeah. Yes, Wave. The DC is higher than 26.
I'm terrified.
God, that's scary.
There's a very specific reason, and I did reveal it's because Fennec erased the history of the Order of Divine Aegis.
Oh, I'm not doubting. It's great. It makes sense. I'm just like, holy fuck.
See? See, Shade? I told you to destroy your guild.
My guild, no. It was a canon event, son of a bitch.
Damn it, destroyed it before I could.
What the fuck?
Old man
bro?
voice. Son of a bitch! With that being said, there are no traps. This place is quiet.
Yeah, she basically relayed like the conversation, how it was, the moment where he like seemed to leave them for the worm cult. Probably mentioned it went sour for them based off of how that conversation ended.
Huh. Go away.
I was gonna say, so while Alera was talking, can Tiny be checking, like looking at, not like medicine check, but just looking like, is she fine? Is she hurt? Is the black mark bigger? Like,
Everything's fine. It was
Okay.
just a memory ward.
just checking. Thanks.
And by the
Uh,
wording in the book, it was technically meant to remind him.
Huh. I think it's best that we keep that for your studies, Alera. In case you need to read anything over.
I might add more to that later, so yeah, go ahead and keep it to study it later. Because some of it's in Old Bretic.
She nods, still holding on to the book. He needed this reminder in his journal. She just has a troubled look on her face, but she just tucks the book into her satchel.
From what you say, though, it doesn't sound like it was the best conversation. Why would he need a reminder if it... Usually conversations like that would be fresh in memory, even over years.
You get hit in the head, it's easy to forget things.
He's probably been hit in the head a lot.
Well, you could argue that this was centuries ago. But I think there's more to it than that.
Has to be.
He's still himself. And I don't... You see, like, there's just, like, a really conflicted look on her face. I don't think he's totally gone. If he needed this even. And now he doesn't have it. I don't know what that means.
He nudges Alira and nods to Glarior.
She shakes her head. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Classic pre-Glarior cough.
God. I can toss it. Hold on, give me a second.
You know, I just get cough drops when I do long speaking. I popped one before I started reading that book.
See, I would have cough drops, but I ate all of them when I got sick.
Mood.
I
I had
And
to
I
get
ate
more.
them all.
eated them all.
them. I eated them all. They were
eated
like
them.
candy. My throat is numb.
God.
Glarior,
Same, Dusty.
like, stares down at Alira. It is...
Down? I thought he was shorter.
Well, I don't know. I thought she was sitting. Maybe
Stares
she's
down,
standing.
Alira.
Whatever.
He's
What the
standing on
fuck
the
ever.
chase lounge.
Okay.
Literally stands on a chair to stand down at Alira. Stare
I
down
don't
at
know,
Alira.
man.
No, he's
I don't
standing
know.
on Kelvin's shoulders.
He's like the kid from
No,
Tall Girl with the milk box.
God.
And it's the same thing I do to my cat when he gets on the back of a chair. You like being in tall places? You like feeling tall? It's really nice, huh?
Anyway.
He just looked at me from the bed, like, what?
Oh, beast. He's not aware. Glarior is like staring at Alira with a... It's not a kind stare.
The name of the order, what did you say?
The Divine Nagus. Their symbol was a shield-looking thing, and blue was one of their colors. She's trying to recall.
I've heard this name.
And where is that?
Be nice to me.
I do not remember the context. My phone there spoke the name once.
I will say, after mention of Falnir, as you were floating through that hall,
Oh no.
you did see Falnir.
Oh, baby Falmir.
baby Falnir, kind of non-lucid, out of it Falnir. One of the many people in the main hall. I'm
Oh my
saying is
god,
Falnir.
wait. Oh my god,
Oh.
wait. Was this during the time when he was like
This was
fucked
just probably about that time. This is just before Fennec left the Order of the Divine Aegis completely.
up?
Oh, so this
Okay.
was, you mean this was in the vision?
Yeah, this was in the vision.
Yeah,
'Cause
okay.
Falnir
It was
eventually got
fucked
that
up,
issue
Falnir.
solved.
Yeah.
Falnir would look normal.
In my
Yeah.
canon, I'm kind of placing that after Fennec left. So
Yeah.
sometime this will take place. For the sake of like not having to constantly readjust for all the DLC. In ESO, I am not leaving the Order of Divine Aegis. I just want to clarify that. Both Fennec and Hagali will be in there. That's a completely separate canon. But different timeline. Ithalia fucked with the timelines again. But like for this particular canon, for the sake of my story, he left about the time the next DLC happens. That's why I said I'm not playing Falnir for that story because of Mana Marco being his mentor.
Okay.
I'm
yeah.
playing Higali for that story.
Okay, cool.
Because as you guys discovered in the Esper playtest, she is a descendant of Shaldor.
Yeah. Fuck. Everyone
News
has
for some of you who were not in that
seen-
playtest.
Oh,
Alira's they've
She's
seen Falnir,
Falnir,
right?
and she was there in the dream.
Mm,
Oh shit,
She
you're
was-
right.
she was not visible, but she was there witnessing it.
He looks a lot different back then.
He doesn't look spooky, but he was still
Yeah,
a
no,
vampire.
he's a
Mm.
lot less scarred. He has both of his eyes. His hair is shorter. He looks
Mhm.
kinder, younger,
like an actual Bosmer.
like a well. I don't know. People keep calling him a Dunmer, so
What the fuck,
Points at
man?
the
He doesn't
armor.
even look
literally.
like it.
Okay. Literally, this is. I promise I'll get back to the fucking. Every time someone meets Falnir, it is like a 30% chance that they will mischaracterize him as either A, a woman, or B, a Dunmer. Sometimes both. It's really funny.
Femboy.
Not even a
Our newest
Behold!
mascot,
I know, it's
Fanboy.
funny. It's just funny.
Behold, the grandfather twink.
Hey, you're great.
Wink rebirth.
I guess twink does run in the family. It is genetic. Okay.
Wait, Beth.
Anyways,
Anyway,
back at it.
I think when you mentioned Falnir, like, she gets like a bit of a thinky look on her face, like, wait a second. Wait.
What?
This is just going off of the one time we saw him in that dream, but I think I saw him there. Just briefly. He looked very different.
would Clarior wouldn't know probably what Falnir looked like back
He
then.
probably would have described him. So I mean,
He was also
he didn't
like
start looking so fucked up until he joined Man Marco. I just want to put that out there. He looks really fucked up now. If you thought he looked fucked up before, like being half revenant, half vampire does shit to you.
fucking he has all those, at least in like Hermamora mode, he didn't look
Yeah.
so fucking nuts.
Yeah. he would have been recognizable to a point. Like how
Yeah.
Fennec was recognizable despite the fact he looks a little bit more scarred now, a little bit paler, a little bit more black veining. And I didn't describe this, but in that vision, he had kind of an undercut underneath his ponytail, and it was a little shorter. Now he just has a full head of hair. He doesn't undercut anymore. It's like, that's old style. But yeah.
Oh, I can show his art now. Hold on.
He was a hot boy back then.
Glarior. Glarior looks off to the side.
And the bad blood must have started late.
I suppose so. I don't know how long ago that was.
It must have been very long ago.
Fucking, I need to look at the history again. How long have they been isolated?
Yeah, it wasn't distinctly stated what year, but given the way Fennec looked, it was pre-Lich. But he still looked 50, so it was just before he became a Lich.
Oh god, yeah, the fucking... Oh yeah, I forgot that the Moss Wings went to hide in a hole for the Third Era.
Mm-hmm. Still haven't found him as Lynette, sorry.
Oh.
She's like, currently I have her parked like right about here. She's
That's
on her way to
fine.
Shadenall. She's been doing shit.
Glarior kind of shifts. He looks a little uncomfortable, for once.
Did you hear what Fennec was exiled for?
Or whatever the fuck, cast out for.
He accepted. Manamarker's way, it was the opposite. He gave an offer to the Divine Aegis, and the Breton that I saw rejected it.
What offer?
She gives a sigh. To join the Worm Cult's plan. To reject the Divines. To become like him.
So a rational choice.
as
Yeah, completely rational. Don't worry about it.
as a note as well, you would have noticed that the first time Worm Cult was mentioned, the Breton like sat up and was like, "Huh?" And the second time it was mentioned, the glare was like very fucking intense, like, "Don't you ever fucking say that to me again," kind of glare. Like, he was pissed the second he knew who it was.
He knew that Fennec was in the Worm Cult. Fun fact, shortly after that, Kurgan and Selena died. By old age, don't worry about it.
Asterisk.
I don't know if I believe that, boss.
Old age being the dagger name to stab them.
Oh, he does have a sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. It's kind of a dark sense of humor, but it's a sense of humor nonetheless.
I assume he was cast out at that point. this group. She looks down to the dagger on her belt with hope inscribed on it from Tiny. They were trying to be a beacon in that time. It seemed like crazy things were happening back then too. And they were doing all that they could to help the common folk.
Be great to have their help now.
I was just
Nope,
thinking
they've
the same
been
thing.
erased from existence.
What a shame. Asterisk.
Yeah. No, Larry Bear was so on the same picture that though.
Ah, fuck you, I destroyed your guild.
That's crazy. Fucking
I've heard
Sam.
stories of their exploits. He wrote it all down. What he couldn't remember, which was nothing. He remembers everything.
Hmm.
I would like to learn more about them, if we can. I wouldn't want their memory to be erased from history.
Still don't know why that name sounds so damn familiar.
I don't know how it sound familiar to you. Fennec just basically destroyed all the books mentioning them.
Divine Aegis. Like a shield Aegis?
I guess.
Yeah.
think so.
Interesting name.
I don't suppose there's any books mentioning the Divine Aegis here.
Nope. Like I said,
Worth a shot.
he completely erased it. And all Glarior knows is essentially Falnir mumbled the name with hate once.
Yeah, his dad was like, fuck those guys, and never heard about it ever again.
Yeah. Fuck those fuckers.
If he does, he
and now
did.
you know why, because they did not join Mana Marco.
It's like he heard it in Animal Crossing lingo, and just that one word was like understandable.
Yeah. If he heard more, he doesn't fucking remember.
This is why we never get anything done. We start talking like Animal Crossing characters.
Glarior, like, looks away and then shakes his head.
If I have not even heard a whisper of their name from anyone but Falnir, that is not a good sign. I do not think their memory exists in Apocrypha. It almost certainly does not exist here.
I mean, I will say you did read a lot of books while in Apocrypha. Never heard of it.
Yep.
Completely
And as far as you know, Fennec has mentioned that he's been to Apocrypha.
Yeah.
Completely erased the memory of an order. Gods. That's
How
Think
long
later.
must that have taken?
Kira's gonna pull out her book and just try to write down as much as she can remember from that vision.
Tiny's
Okay.
like, wait, I have an idea.
He's writing.
Oh,
She looks
sorry.
up. What's
No, it's
that?
fine. I'll wait till you're done. I'll wait till you're done. Sorry.
The moment Alira starts like, I got an idea. God damn it.
Nope. I'll be quiet. Let me know when you're done.
Fast forward a few minutes. Okay.
Oh,
No,
wait.
I think it's-
I'll literally fast forward a few minutes. Hold on. Okay, go.
I can't.
Thank you, God.
Not that you could see the clocks anyway, because
Yeah,
I turned them
yeah.
off for you.
It's all dark.
Tanya would be like, well, you call me crazy, but there's more than one way to record a story, and gestures to his arm. The tattoos I have were all oral tradition. Can we not find people who are old enough to know about it?
Ah!
Fucking jump scare. Hello?
Well, you did the sand sneezes. I thought I would do the Volnir sneezes as well, so I dragged his token off to the side and did that and deleted his token.
Oh my god, he's here.
No, he's not. He's nowhere
Bless
to be
you.
found.
If only it were that simple.
Yeah. Bless you. Ah, I'm burning.
She
This
gives
is not
Tiny
Christianity.
a bit of like a sad look. I think if there's anyone who remembers them, they're either on Manamarco's side or no longer. Just like the gesture of like
Dead.
In the
We
grave.
have two people, right? We can ask.
He blinks.
Hey, Falnir, I know you're kind of busy, but can I ask you a question?
No. He's gonna be like, what about Feldrin and Devate? Aren't they like old as dirt? Like, wouldn't they know?
The faith may know.
Aldrin's only 300. What the hell?
He doesn't remember. He just is like, oh yeah, you said you're immortal, so he's just like, you're as old as dirt. Okay, cool, got it.
You think Tiny can
Taliesin-
tell?
Taliesin actually raises his finger to Tiny and points at him. Not Feldrin. But if it is of some import, we could possibly ask Vanus.
yeah,
Oh,
now that you mention it, they said his name.
Hmm.
wait, there's one more person. The fuck, what was his name? The god we met here.
Vivek.
Yeah, that one.
You also can ask Manamarco if you really want to.
Yeah, once I get visited by him in my fucking dream again.
Hey, Manamarco,
Yeah, no.
I know you're busy, but I got a question for you.
Tiny's not gonna unblock that number.
Takes off amulet. Hey, I need to ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, but
Gets smited on the spot.
yeah, Tiny's just like,
Jeez.
well, no, right? Like that's like I know, Clary, or you and Hermes Mora was about written things, but there's oral traditions that can be spoken or verbally. So I mean, we can find someone who, I don't know when you said it was alive. He's kind of like gesturing with his hands. He's just like, meh, maybe, kind of.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, unless we can get rid of this shroud and then ask Hermes more directly. I mean, that's our closest.
I
Oh,
think
sh-
that's a good idea.
I was just about
Actually.
to suggest that too. If it's everything's written down as gone, Mora might actually know it directly.
Valerior hesitates for once.
So, Glarier, finally read that passage
Huh? The
in the
bit
book.
about
Robot.
The weird torture bullshit.
he's been given it. Yeah, no, he hasn't. He hasn't. He doesn't know what it says. He just knows Alira looked at him.
Yep, the book is tucked away already.
She said no.
But I mean, if there's nothing else here, should we leave? Should we set this place on fire before we leave?
Do you want to be
yes, let's
wanted
build
in...
yeah, I was about to say, yes, let's burn a building inside of a large city. That'll go well.
I
We
mean,
are... 3B.
mm,
As I'm usually one to make a mistake here and there, I don't think committing arson is smart.
what about vandalism?
No.
I would prefer not to do that either.
Appreciate your petty energy, but we have better things to do than that.
Can I just
You
write
could
like
always-
fuckface under the table? Like,
I mean, you could always do what Sunday Game did while stuck on the Necromancer's moon, sneak into Mana Marco's bedroom and cover it in pink glue. Oh, wait, let her.
he's wow. Words.
Oh
I don't.
my!
I'm not. I let it happen. It was too funny.
All my black furniture.
My black sheets.
The goth in him is raging.
Yeah.
I
And he's just
mean,
like, okay, fine.
if you're
we can
so...
leave.
If you're so inclined, Thribby, which I really don't think you should do this, because it's not smart. He motions to where he puts his alchemy jug. You could probably make something in there and dump it somewhere if you really want to cause a smell.
I mean, I can pee in a corner if that's what you're saying, but I mean,
That's-
like,
I'm not saying take a piss, I'm saying...
Oh my god.
Jeez, not Jesus. By...
Who's Jesus?
Shush. By Nocturnal's grace. Oh. Let's just...
I can be petty. I can be petty. Fuck this guy. Don't want to leave his home all nice. But fine. He's like,
His home is decrepit. It's fine.
I'm just saying, if
You
you're
just-
trying to be petty, be creative with it, not just piss.
I was gonna write fuckface under and have him find it somewhere and be like, oh, well, no, he wouldn't find it, but someone else would be like, who's fuckface? His place. But it's fine. And just starts heading toward the door, assuming that we're done here.
Have we investigated the whole place?
Yeah, we kind of did. Book
Other than
Nook.
the bedroom, I don't think you guys went in there.
He like walks in and he just like, welcome to my crib, opens the door, and this is where the action happens.
The fucking crane camera just shows up.
Just cool, like MTV logo at the bottom.
It's
What, is
just
there
a
a mirror on the ceiling too?
it's just a mattress with no frame.
Yo!
No, but the bed spins.
Oh,
my fucking
jeez.
god.
It's in the shape of a heart.
Fuck damn it. Fennec's got a nice pad.
It's a water bed.
Of course it is. Taliesin looks to Alira. Unless you want to linger anymore here, then we should probably leave. I think we've overstayed our welcome enough.
I think she goes.
I don't have a cat, but I think our sponsor today is a dog. Did you hear that? She knows the microphone.
Oh, she sneeze-snorfed.
She sneeze-snorfed. She's Eowyn, I don't need a bath. Thank you.
Stinky, smelly.
Stinker.
Yes. Yes, it is. But like I said, a bunch of it's in Old British.
Oh.
Have fun translating.
Yes. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Cool. Anyway, she takes one last look around. Gaze lingering on the book nook. You're right. I think we've been here long enough.
Taliesin grabs the other two books and hands them to Alira. Might want to use these for cross-reference stuff.
She nods. tucking them in her bag too.
I just kindly request you to remind me sometime during the week to actually put that in the game. Okay, Thorn? Because it's the little things I always forget because I get so caught up in doing all the overarching bullshit.
No problemo. Can do.
Why is my dog staring at me like that? That's so weird.
Dog moment.
Dinner?
Mhm.
Treat?
No, already ate before stream.
This is a terrible idea, but I think she is going to leave a sweet roll at the table next to the book nook before they leave.
Oh, he would love that. He would love that,
Man?
to be honest.
Girl, we hate this bitch.
I know, dude.
What are you doing?
So,
a long time.
his actual alignment is neutral.
Man?
No fucking way.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Damn.
He truly believes this is the correct path to take.
Oh dear.
It's in the journal. I detailed it out. His reasoning.
I read
You're
that
the
shit
only
and I
game
was terrified.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
long as Aldera doesn't start saying, I can fix him.
I feel like if it was
Oh my god, it's the toxic trait. I can fix him. No.
See, her problem is she would end up in one of those kinds of relationships.
Mentally high
Yeah.
fives Alira because of that.
You can fix
If I was on a different
him.
character, perhaps.
Currently fighting him to the death. I can fix him.
God of Time literally said he was gone. I can fix him.
Yeah, no, I completely creeped out Monday and Wednesday game when they met him in campaign 2 as a non-enemy. Completely creeped him out. They're just like sitting there like, what the fuck? Why is he giving us alcohol and being nice?
This NPC is marked as essential.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I can't wait for that to happen for you guys. Oh my god. It's gonna be fun.
Ooh wee.
Anyways, as you guys step out of the house and take aim for Coral, if that's where you guys are still going.
Fear.
Is that where you guys still going? Yeah, it's almost your turn. This should be interesting.
Man, I
Well-
just had the vision, bro. Come on.
Tiny would have
Nah.
asked, or Tiny would check in and is like, okay, so are we going to the ones we might think are traps, or are we going to the one hidden in the forest, even though it's further away? Because we say we do things on the way, but shit always happens. We get distracted, we get pulled in.
Look, I'm just gonna say they really don't want you to fucking get those orbs, okay?
Yeah, so that's why. Well, we were
I-
also told that they're probably being used as bait, so
when they get outside and they're like, have time to talk, he looks at Thribby, Taliesin looks at Thribby, and he looks at the map of where they need to go next. I'm not entirely sure. It's probably going to be a trap, but that was something I actually saw in the dream.
I mean, I can try to help.
It's
He's gonna pull out his bones. I know it's normally a 30-minute, but I'm wondering if like the 30-minute split can be like deciding to go to place A or to place B.
Well, Olivine suggested you go down a straight line so you're not bouncing all over the place and wasting time.
Ah, that's true too.
Guys, like, eventually time's gonna be of the essence.
Yeah, I think it's too long of a distance to not go in a straight line.
he
And, like, As soon as you guys hit level 14, which will be today, the anchorite fights will come into play.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Like full on to the death.
Oh.
And they will not be easy.
Oh.
They're bosses. They're big bosses. They're not your ordinary bosses.
Taliesin would nod to Thribby about helping him.
All right. I believe I know. I think I know the answer to this one, but we'll do it anyway. So I believe the wording is it's anything you do within the next 30 minutes. But so he's going to then try to ask, is Coral safe? And he knows that the answer is going to be both good or bad. Or he'll check with
Whoa.
Taliesin. Oh. He kind of like half expects the answer, and then he's just like,
Just stares at the bells like, huh?
He just says fuck.
What
And
did you get? All wheel or all woe?
No, just whoa. So it's just he kind of forgets to tell the answer, so he just starts picking the bones back up.
Thribby. Answer.
Oh, it's bad. It's just bad. I thought it was gonna be good and bad, but
I'm not surprised.
And
yeah.
Taliesin, you will remember in that moment how that dining room looked.
It's your house.
Not in the good way. And that's where we'll end today's session.
I hate you. Oh my. Fuck. Okay.
You know, the icky black walls, the skeletons in the chair.
Yeah. Totally. That's not gonna be there when we get there, right?
By the way, congratulations on level 14, guys. It's game time.
Can I get a weak
what?
yay from Nox?
Yay.
Thank you. I couldn't do
it. He's good for that. Twinks are always good for the weak yays.
Dude.
Called out.
Thank you guys for watching. We hope you enjoyed the lore drop. It was a lot. I have to write a lot. But the VOD will be up within the following day. Hopefully the editing doesn't take as long as the last episode. And we will see you next Wednesday at 9 p.m. for The Elder Rolls. Have a good night.